Human beings are capable of incredible things, but they are also capable of unspeakable evil. Behind every closed door, every quiet neighborhood, and every cold file lies a truth too disturbing to face. Today we have selected 10 of the most profound, complex, and heartbreaking cases from our archives to piece together one definitive, feature-length documentary. As we count down from 10 to our absolute number one most shocking case, you will look into 10 stories of survival, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of justice. If you think you're prepared for what's coming, think again. Florida, Duval County, Jacksonville. Cherish Perrywinkle was 8 years old. She loved drawing animals. She had just learned to ride her bicycle. She was the kind of child who made people smile without trying. And the next morning, she was supposed to board a flight to California. She never made that flight. On the evening of June 21, 2013, somewhere across Jacksonville, Florida, a convicted predator with nearly 4 decades of violent criminal history had been free for exactly 3 weeks. He was already looking for his next victim. He found her inside a Dollar General store, listening to a mother describe how little money she had. By 10 o'clock that night, Cherish was gone, and it would take law enforcement 6 hours to issue an Amber Alert. This is what happened. If you're new here, take a moment right now to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And when you're done watching, drop your thoughts in the comments below. It means more than you know. We are starting now. Welcome to today's episode, Silent Predator, the Cherish Perrywinkle case. Jacksonville, Florida, June 21, 2013. It was a Friday evening, warm and humid, the way only a Florida summer can be. For 8-year-old Cherish Lily Perrywinkle, the night carried a particular kind of excitement. The next morning, she was scheduled to board a flight to California to visit her biological father, Billy Perrywinkle. A trip that had been a long time coming, tangled up as it was in a bitter, drawn-out custody dispute between Billy and Cherish's mother, Rain. Cherish was the kind of child people remember, bright, funny, always cracking jokes. She loved drawing animals, and she had recently learned to ride her bicycle, something she brought up with barely concealed pride at every opportunity. To everyone who knew her, she was vibrant and full of life. But on this particular evening, the Perrywinkle family was under real financial strain. Rain, a single mother, was trying to put together something appropriate for Cherish to wear on the trip. She loaded her 3 daughters into the car, 8-year-old Cherish, 6-year-old Destiny, and 5-year-old Nevia, and drove to a nearby Dollar General store to look for a dress. Inside the store, the stress Rain was carrying became visible. She confided openly to a store employee about her money troubles, expressing genuine anxiety over how she was going to cover even the basics for her daughter's trip. She was not speaking quietly. Her words carried through the aisles. She had no way of knowing that someone was standing nearby, listening to every word. As the family made their way out of the Dollar General and into the evening air, a man approached them. He was 56 years old, with gray hair and an easy, reassuring manner. He introduced himself simply as Don. Don had a story. His wife, he explained, was waiting over at a nearby Walmart on Lem Turner Road. She had a $150 gift card, one they'd never used themselves, and he would be happy to take Rain and her girls over there and let them spend it on whatever they needed. Rain hesitated. She was cautious. She studied the man, and he met her eyes directly. "You look like you have your hands full," he told her. "I have a couple of little ones myself. You're safe." It was exactly the right thing to say to a mother who was exhausted and struggling. She accepted. The family climbed into his vehicle, a white Dodge van fitted with dark, heavy privacy curtains over the rear windows. They arrived at the Walmart on Lem Turner Road just after 8 o'clock in the evening. For the next 2 hours, the group moved through the store. On the surface, it looked unremarkable. A man accompanying a mother and her children on a shopping trip. But the Walmart's high-definition surveillance cameras were capturing something more specific. The man maintained a deliberate distance from Rain for most of the time they spent in the store. He rarely engaged with her directly. Instead, he drifted to the edges of the group, watching. And his gaze returned again and again to the same place, to 8-year-old Cherish. At some point during those 2 hours, he pushed a shopping cart. The only item he placed into it was a bundle of rope. Rain noticed, but she couldn't have fully processed what it meant. She was managing 2 restless, younger children, growing increasingly impatient, and the man's wife had still not appeared with the promised gift card. By 10 p.m., the children hadn't eaten dinner. They were tired and hungry. The shopping trip was beginning to unravel. Sensing Rain's frustration, the man made a pivot. He pointed toward the McDonald's located near the front entrance of the store. He would get the family some food, he said. He mouthed to Rain that he was taking Cherish up to the counter to place their order. Cherish, excited at the idea of a cheeseburger, followed him willingly. Rain stayed behind with Destiny and Nevaeh. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Rain began to feel uneasy. She moved toward the front of the store, scanning the area near McDonald's. There was no sign of Cherish, no sign of the man. Then the store's PA system crackled on. An announcement informed customers that the store was closing for the night. In that moment, a detail crystallized with awful clarity. The McDonald's inside that Walmart had already been closed for hours. Rain began to panic. Her mobile phone was malfunctioning. She could not get a call out. She ran through the store's closing time crowds, shouting for help, telling anyone who would listen that her daughter had been taken. In the confusion of customers and employees clearing out, it took nearly 40 minutes before a store employee directed her to a landline. She dialed 911. On that call, Rain told dispatchers exactly what she had seen and felt throughout the evening. She described the man. She described the van. And she said something that would later stand as one of the most important details in the case.
911 Robinson.
Hi, I'm at Walmart. I'm in turn. I think my daughter's been taken.
What do you mean?
Taken by a stranger. I can't find her. I met him in today at Dollar General. He saw that I was struggling to buy them some clothes. He drove us here to buy us some clothes, and the only reason I went with him because she said his wife was going to be here.
Okay, and she was last seen with this man?
Yes, he said he was going to McDonald's, and he hasn't been there because the store is closed right now. I had a bad feeling about him.
Okay, how long have you been looking for you? When was the last time you saw your daughter? How long ago?
About half an hour ago.
Okay, ma'am. What's your daughter's name?
Her name's Cherish.
And her last name?
Perrywinkle with a P. I had a strange feeling about him when I first met him, and he took her to the dressing room twice. And I was hoping that she would be okay. And I was looking at the shoes. And I didn't want him to think that I was overly protective. I had a bad feeling. I thought, well, I feel like pinching myself because this is too good to be true. He was giving my 8-year-old too much attention. He wanted her to buy these really tall shoes that were women's shoes, and I told him no. I don't want him to kill her. I should have told him no.
The first police officers arrived at the Walmart within 10 minutes of that call. What followed in the critical early hours of the investigation was a failure with devastating consequences. Despite Rain's detailed, explicit account of a stranger who had deliberately separated her daughter from the group, law enforcement initially classified Cherish as a standard missing person case rather than an abduction. This single classification decision had a cascading effect on everything that came next. An Amber Alert, the National Emergency Broadcast System, specifically designed for child abductions, was not issued until 4 a.m. By that point, Cherish had already been out of the store for more than 6 hours. When investigators finally pulled and reviewed the Walmart surveillance footage, the reality of what had happened was not ambiguous. The footage clearly showed the man leading Cherish out of the store through a side exit, guiding her toward the white Dodge van, and driving away past the security checkpoint into the dark. By 3:30 a.m., investigators had run the van's description and identified its registered owner. His name was Donald James Smith. Donald Smith was not a stranger to the criminal justice system. He was a Tier 3 registered sex offender, the highest possible risk classification, with a violent criminal history stretching back nearly 4 decades. Among his prior convictions was a 1992 case in which he had attempted to kidnap 2 teenage girls using a van. He had been in and out of custody for much of his adult life, and critically, shockingly, he had been released from prison just 3 weeks before the night he walked into that Dollar General and listened to Perrywinkle describe her troubles to a store clerk. 3 weeks. The Amber Alert, once issued, went out to televisions and radio stations and phones across the Jacksonville area. And it worked quickly. At 7:20 in the morning, a citizen watching the local news recognized the white Dodge van. They had seen it parked in a heavily wooded area behind a church not far from the Walmart. They called authorities immediately.
Hi, we're calling about a suspicious van over here, a white van.
And how long ago did you see it?
7:20. Yeah, 7:20.
It was like that. We
We didn't know anything until just now. It's not there anymore, but we don't know if he dumped anything because we heard a girl just got abducted from Walmart.
All right, and you said it's now gone?
Yes, ma'am.
But you think he may have, just in case, he might have dumped something?
Right, we don't know, but just in case, it looked suspicious because it was all the way to the back.
By 9 a.m., state troopers and Jacksonville police spotted the van moving on Interstate 95. They moved to surround it, boxed it in, drew their weapons, and ordered the driver out of the vehicle. Donald Smith stepped out. He was soaking wet from the waist down. K-9 officer Charlie Wilkie approached Smith and immediately noticed the state of his clothing. He later testified to what he said in that moment. "Oh my God, she's in the water." Smith said nothing, but the officers reported that a look crossed his face, a cold, involuntary flicker of realization that confirmed what they already feared. K-9 units were deployed immediately. They tracked a path from the wooded area behind the church, down through brush and undergrowth, to the bank of a nearby tidal creek. There, partially concealed beneath a fallen tree trunk, investigators discovered the body of Cherish Perrywinkle. The bright, flowery dress she had been wearing was found nearby. The subsequent autopsy, conducted by medical examiner Dr. Valerie Rao, documented what Cherish had endured in the hours after she left that Walmart. She had suffered severe blunt force trauma to her head. She had been violently sexually assaulted. She had been gagged, and she had been strangled with such force that she experienced hemorrhaging in her eyes. She was 8 years old. Donald Smith was taken into custody and transported to the Duval County Jail. In the interrogation room, he sat in complete silence. He refused to speak to detectives. He answered no questions. He offered nothing.
Have a seat. We'll be with you in a little bit. What's your name?
Donald Smith.
Donald Smith?
Yes.
If you do answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Consult a lawyer. You understand that? This is an investigation of the abduction and murder of a
Cherish Perrywinkle.
8-year-old female. We'd like to ask you questions about it. You want to talk to us?
No.
Okay.
But he had no idea how much he was about to give away on his own. The Duval County Jail had video and audio recording equipment installed in its visitation areas. Between late June and July of 2013, Smith received multiple visits from his mother, Patricia Moore. Those conversations were captured in their entirety. What the recordings contained would become some of the most damaging evidence in the case.
Now I'm panicking. Now I'm a sex offender. Oh,
the parking lot of my truck with security right there. Her mother is inside. My mind starts to freak. I mean, freak. I'm shaking because now this is kidnapping. Shit, I'm afraid of this girl. I'm panicking. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna start my van and pull up to the door. And I'm thinking, holy shit, I don't know what to do. In my mind, it just went, boom. I don't view children as sexual objects. I don't view them as sexual objects or sexual partners. All I know is that I snapped. My mom just left me. All I knew was, you gotta go. You have to go. I don't care how, you gotta go. It happened. Could it have happened the way they said? Yes, it could have. It could have. At that point, I was so psychotic. I was extremely wild. She had to go. I don't care how she had to go. That's my life. Stay right here. Kill me. It's your fault that I'm gonna die. I was raging. I'm not a wild person. Never be able to work through all this. Never. I'll never be okay. So rather than spend the rest of my life being humiliated by myself, telling all this crap in my head, I might as well just die with it. Easier to just die with it because I'll probably never get through it anyway. That's what my brain's telling me. I need a very simple book.
In another recording from June 28th, Smith gave his mother specific instructions. He told her to purchase a copy of the DSM-4, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the standard reference guide used by psychiatric professionals. He was not curious about it academically. He told her plainly, mental illness is my whole defense, basically. And it's got to be good. He was, while sitting in a jail cell awaiting charges for the murder of a child, actively constructing a legal strategy and coaching his own mother on how to support it. In other recorded conversations, Smith was heard boasting to fellow inmates that his case was way bigger than Casey Anthony, a reference to the 2008 Florida child murder case that had dominated national headlines for years. He appeared to take satisfaction in the scale of attention his case was receiving. The fallout from Cherish's murder reached into every corner of what remained of her family. Rain Perrywinkle became a target of intense public criticism. Much of it was directed at her decision to trust a stranger and to allow her daughter to walk away with him inside the store. What was often lost in that criticism was the clinical precision with which Donald Smith had selected his target. He had spent time in public spaces listening for vulnerability. He had crafted an offer calibrated specifically to what Rain needed. He had built trust across nearly 2 hours of ordinary-seeming behavior. He had been convicted of attempting almost this exact crime before. Regardless, the Florida Department of Children and Families opened an investigation. Less than a month after the murder, the state removed Destiny and Nevaeh from Rain's care, citing a failure to protect. Rain entered a state case plan, but ultimately did not fulfill its requirements. In 2017, after a prolonged legal battle, her parental rights to both surviving daughters were permanently terminated. The two girls were adopted by their biological aunt and relocated to Australia, where they have built lives at a significant distance from everything that happened in Jacksonville. The question of how Donald Smith came to be walking free on the night of June 21, 2013, 3 weeks after his most recent prison release, prompted serious scrutiny of Florida's sex offender monitoring system. A Tier 3 classification is reserved for offenders considered the highest risk of reoffending. The system that allowed Smith to exit prison with minimal structured supervision and re-enter the community was examined in the aftermath of the case. The 6-hour Amber Alert delay was similarly scrutinized. The failure to immediately classify Cherish's disappearance as an abduction, despite Rain's explicit account of a stranger isolating her child, prompted calls for reform in how law enforcement triages missing children cases involving potential predatory contact. Donald Smith's trial was delayed for nearly 5 years, in part due to ongoing legal challenges and debates surrounding Florida's death penalty statutes. It finally began in February 2018. The state's case was built on multiple reinforcing layers of evidence. Walmart surveillance footage showing Smith leading Cherish out of the store, DNA evidence recovered from Cherish's body, forensic data from the crime scene, and the jailhouse recordings in which Smith had effectively confessed in his own words and outlined his own defense strategy. During the trial, Dr. Valerie Rao took the stand to present the findings of her autopsy. Her testimony about the nature and extent of Cherish's injuries was so graphic and so emotionally difficult that at one point, the presiding judge called a temporary recess.
On the left side of her scalp, right there.
And how is that caused, Dr. Rao?
Blunt trauma.
I'm going to show you 2 more photographs of the dissection taken of Cherish Perrywinkle's throat. Will you first tell the jury what you saw when you dissected her throat?
Yes, so what we do is, I'm sorry, I have to take a break. Can I just have like 5 minutes?
Do you want a 5-minute break? I think we'll all take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, a seasoned medical examiner, was visibly shaken. So was the jury. So was much of the courtroom. The defense mounted no counter-argument. They called no witnesses. When the time came for closing statements, Smith's attorneys chose to present none. On February 14, 2018, the jury retired to deliberate. 19 minutes later, they returned.
You may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my understanding the jury has reached a verdict. Is that correct?
In the Circuit Court of the 4th Judicial Circuit in Port Duval County, Florida, case number 16, 2013, State of Florida versus Donald James Smith, verdict count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. We further find the killing was premeditated. We further find the killing was done during the commission or attempted commission of a felony to a kidnapping and sexual battery. Verdict count 2, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of kidnapping as charged in the indictment. Verdict count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of sexual battery upon a person less than 12 years of age as charged in the indictment. So say we all done at Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida. Signed the 4th person, February 14, 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Donald James Smith was found guilty on all 3 counts: first-degree premeditated murder, kidnapping, and sexual battery of a child under 12. At sentencing, the presiding judge addressed Smith directly.
Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Donald James Smith, should be sentenced to death.
His legal team pursued multiple avenues of appeal in the years that followed. In 2021, the Florida Supreme Court reviewed the case and unanimously upheld the conviction. In May 2024, a judge denied Smith's final significant motion for a new trial, which had argued that his original defense counsel performed ineffectively during jury selection. As of today, Donald James Smith remains on Florida's death row, awaiting execution. Cherish Perrywinkle would have been 20 years old this year. She never got to take that flight to California. She never got to grow up. What her case left behind, beyond the grief of those who loved her, is a record of every point at which the systems that should have prevented her death failed to function as intended. A predator with a decades-long history of targeting children was released with inadequate supervision. A mother's explicit description of an abduction in progress was categorized incorrectly. An alert that might have found Cherish alive was delayed by 6 critical hours. Each of those failures had a human cause, and each of them has been examined in the years since. Some changes have been made. Whether they are sufficient is a question that cases like Cherish's continue to demand we keep asking.
Every available Harper Woods police unit is surrounding a single house near Kenosha and Sanilac streets. Officers are crouched behind their vehicles, weapons drawn, nobody moving toward the front door, because the man inside is shooting back.
Oh, shit!
Inside that house, there are already 2 bodies.
I got movement inside the house.
A 22-year-old woman named Zlaya Frazier, dead. A 70-year-old man named Robert Bray Jr., dead. The man's own mother, 42-year-old Flossie Nicole Bray, has been stabbed multiple times in the back with a butcher knife and has somehow made it outside. She's on her way to a hospital. She doesn't yet know if she'll survive. And the man inside, the man firing at police, the man who has now set the house on fire, has just dropped his 1-year-old son out of window. The baby lands in the backyard, alone, crying, alive. Officers hold their positions. The fire spreads. The standoff goes on for 7 hours. When Jonathan Welch finally walks out of that burning house and the handcuffs go on, investigators begin piecing together a story that will take months to fully understand. A story that doesn't start here, in Harper Woods, in the smoke and the sirens. It starts 6 weeks earlier, in a field on the east side of Detroit, with a body that wasn't found for 2 days, and a 911 call that nobody answered. All of that coming up in this episode. While he was free, the Detroit murders the system made possible. I need you to hold that image, that standoff, that burning house, that baby in the backyard, and keep it in your mind as we go back to the beginning. Because everything you're about to hear is what built that moment. Every decision, every failure, every warning sign that was there and ignored, it all leads back to that Sunday afternoon in Harper Woods. And it gets worse before it gets worse, because Natalia Morse wasn't the only one. This is the story of Jonathan Welch, a 23-year-old man from Detroit who, over the course of 6 weeks in the summer of 2022, would be linked to 4 deaths, one of the most disturbing torture cases in recent Wayne County history, a 7-hour standoff with police, a house fire, and the image of a 1-year-old baby found alone in a backyard while gunshots rang out from inside. This is also the story of a system that had every opportunity to stop him, and didn't. Let's go back to the beginning. June 2nd, 2022. 2 days before Natalia Morse would be killed. Jonathan Welch was living in Detroit with his girlfriend, 22-year-old Zlaya Frazier, and their 1-year-old son. That night, at 3 a.m, something snapped. Welch woke Zlaya up. He wanted to see her phone. He was suspicious, jealous about who she'd been talking to. He demanded her password. She said no. That refusal triggered what prosecutors would later describe as one of the most sustained and deliberate acts of domestic torture in the county's recent record. Welch went to find an extension cord. He wrapped it around Zlaya's neck, and then, methodically, deliberately, he began to strangle her, not to kill her, not yet. He would tighten the cord until she was close to losing consciousness, and then release, and then tighten again, and release again, over and over, for hours, keeping her awake, keeping her present, making sure she didn't escape into unconsciousness. He beat her with his belt. He threatened her with a power drill. He went to the stove and heated a metal spatula until it was hot enough to burn skin. Then he pressed it against her arms, against her legs. He told her, "If you don't tell me, this is going to continue all night." He poured gasoline between her legs, and then he lit it. Throughout all of this, 4 hours of this, the couple's 1-year-old son was in the next room, crying. Zlaya kept getting up to tend to the baby. She was being tortured, and she was still trying to calm her child. That detail, that single detail, tells you everything you need to know about who Zlaya Frazier was. Even in the middle of the worst night of her life, she was still a mother. The attack only ended because Welch went into the kitchen, and Zlaya ran. She made it out the front door. She made it to the neighbor's porch. Welch followed her. He grabbed at her, tried to pull her back, but something stopped him. He left. The neighbors took Zlaya inside, gave her a blanket, and called 911. Welch returned and kicked in the neighbor's door before leaving in a car. By the time police arrived, he was gone. Officers found Welch a few hours later and arrested him at 11:24 that morning. Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy charged him with a list of offenses that reads like a legal inventory of everything one human being can do to destroy another. Torture, first-degree home invasion, third-degree criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to commit sexual penetration, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, and 3 counts of felonious assault. Under Michigan law, a torture conviction alone can carry a life sentence. Zlaya was alive. She had given her statement. The evidence was documented. The medical records existed. The burns on her arms and legs were real. 2 days later, while all of that evidence was sitting in a file, Jonathan Welch allegedly killed Natayla Morse, beat her to death in that field on Lenox Street, stole her car, drove it across town and set it on fire, then walked away. The 911 call came in that night. Nobody came.
I'm trying to be as quiet as possible, but I think somebody just shot a woman. She was running down the street, and she was screaming, "Help me!" And I heard a gunshot go off.
What street is that on, sir?
Lenox Street.
But you don't know for sure that she was shot?
I don't know, but after I have a video of the dude's car, and it was a person in the passenger seat, and he ran back to the car, and he closed the trunk. I don't know if she was in the trunk, but his trunk was open. Like, she probably got out and took off. But I still hear some crunching, like, over across the street, backyard somewhere. And the trunk was open when I looked out the window. But when I heard her exact words were, "Help me," and she screamed, and then you heard the gunshot go off. And then everything got quiet. And then like 2 minutes later, I decided to take a video of the car, because the car was still sitting there with the trunk door open and the driver door open.
So is it in the backyard next door to you or across the street?
Across the street. It's like a open field, but there's a lot of sticks and twigs.
And when police finally found Natayla's body 2 days later, there was nothing to immediately connect her to Welch. The case sat.
Her family says she was beaten to death and her body was dumped in a field. Natayla Morse's life was cut short earlier this month at the age of 24, and today her family pleaded for clues in the case. Victor Williams has the story as they search for justice.
Yes, it's hard to believe that someone would just beat a woman to death and then throw her body into a field just like this one. Family members still can't believe to this day that it happened.
She was viciously beaten, left in a field. Someone out there did this to her. She didn't deserve this.
24-year-old Natayla Morris's body was found on June the 4th in a vacant lot near Lenox and Canfield. Since then, her death has remained a mystery.
She was so outgoing, she was an average young 24-year-old.
Her family has been and will continue their search for justice during this rough and unfortunate time, but the journey hasn't been easy. Natayla's younger siblings had to graduate high school right after finding out the unfortunate news of her death.
They looked up to her. What's going on now? They so messed up. Imagine going to your graduation knowing just less than a few hours ago, you just got the news your older sister is dead.
On June 12th, Welch was arraigned on the torture charges. 36th District Court Magistrate Don White set his bond at $100,000, 10% cash surety. In practical terms, that meant Jonathan Welch needed $10,000 to walk out of jail. $10,000. For a man charged with torture. For a man who had strapped a woman down and lit her on fire. For a man who had strangled the mother of his child with an extension cord for 4 hours while their baby cried in the next room. $10,000. His mother, Flossie Nicole Bray, got the money together. A bail bondsman was contacted. The paperwork was processed. And on Friday, July 8th, 2022, Jonathan Welch walked out of the Wayne County Jail. He was ordered not to contact Zlaia Frazier. He was free. 2 days later, on Sunday, July 10th, Harper Woods police responded to a home near Kenosha and Sanilac streets. Report of someone being held inside. What they found when they arrived was already a scene of carnage. Welch had barricaded himself inside his mother's home. Flossie Bray, 42 years old, the woman who had put up the money to free her son, had been stabbed in the back multiple times with a butcher knife. She had managed to escape and was taken to the hospital. Inside the house, officers discovered the bodies of 2 more people. Zlaia Frazier, 22 years old, the woman who had survived his torture 6 weeks earlier, the woman a judge had specifically ordered him not to contact. She was dead. Robert Bray Jr., Welch's 70-year-old stepfather, also dead. Both killed with blunt force trauma. Welch fired shots at police from inside the house. Then he set it on fire. The same pattern as Natayla Morse's car. Fire, destruction, chaos. Neighbors told authorities they witnessed Welch drop his 1-year-old son out of a window. The baby was found in the backyard. He was taken to the hospital. The standoff lasted 7 hours. When it ended, Welch was taken into custody. 6 days later, on July 16th, Flossie Nicole Bray died from her stab wounds in the hospital. The woman who had bailed her son out was the 4th person he killed. Let that settle. She loved her son enough to post his bond. She believed in him, or she was afraid of what happened to sons who stayed in jail, or she was just a mother trying to hold her family together. We don't fully know her reasoning. What we know is that she put up the money, and she died at his hands. Now the body count was at 3, and then 4, when you add Natayla Morse, who prosecutors connected to Welch in March of 2023. At the time of his arrest in July, her case was still technically open. It wasn't until investigators had a chance to work backwards through Welch's movements, match evidence, and piece together the timeline that they brought the 4th charge. He was arraigned on Natayla's murder in March 2023, charged with first-degree murder, unlawful driving away of a vehicle, and arson. And then we come to the part of this story that I want you to really sit with. because it goes beyond one man and one terrible summer. Think about the timeline again. Think about what it required, at each step, for things to unfold the way they did. It required a 911 call about Natayla Morse to go unanswered. It required a 2-day delay before her body was found. It required a bail system that set a $100,000 bond, 10% cash, for a man charged with one of the most violent offenses in the Wayne County charge sheet. It required his family to have access to $10,000. It required those 2 specific days, July 8th to July 10th, to be the window in which everything fell apart. Every single link in that chain mattered. Every single one of them could have been different. A legal analyst who spoke to Fox 2 Detroit about the case put it this way. He's 23 years old, a time bomb. I'm not saying the magistrate or judge could have predicted that, but with the charges and the nature of the charges, it should have been apparent that society needed big protection. And from Zlaya's sister Brianna, speaking in court after Welch was charged with all 3 murders, the justice system failed my sister by letting him out on bond after his first attempt to kill her. Had he still been locked up, she would still have her life today. There is no counter-argument to that statement. It is arithmetically correct. It is historically verifiable. If the bond had been set at a level that Welch could not meet, if he had been held without bond, as the severity of the torture charges arguably warranted, Zlaya Frazier would be alive today. Robert Bray Jr. would be alive. Flossie Bray would be alive. The baby in the backyard would have a mother.
Live from downtown Detroit, Local 4 News at 11 starts now.
The system failed them. Tonight we're hearing from the family of a murdered woman whose suspected killer is believed to have been set free after a previous attempt on her life. New tonight, they are heartbroken and they are furious.
Zlaya Frazier was murdered this week during a violent rampage in Harper Woods. Her boyfriend, Jonathan Welch, is the accused in the case, and at the time, he was out on a $10,000 bond for trying to kill Frazier just days before. Sean Lay has been digging deeper into a very sad, horrendous bond controversy. He's live at 36th District Court tonight, where a magistrate set that bond. Sean.
Magistrate did set that bond here a number of days ago, Devin, here at 36th District Court. We continue to ask the magistrate about her decision-making, what went into that bond. She has yet to respond to any of our questions. Chief Judge here also has not responded to our questions. So we go to the victim's family. Of course, they're heartbroken, they're outraged. They have questions about this bond.
How do you commit a crime like sexual assault and torture and they let you out with $10,000?
Quazon Frazier asking the key question of 36th District Court Magistrate Don White on behalf of his murdered sister, 22-year-old Zlaya Frazier. Why did White give Frazier's boyfriend, 23-year-old Jonathan Welch, a $10,000 bond and a tether after a horrific domestic violence attack against Frazier June 2nd? The charges: torture, home invasion first degree, harmful device causing injury, criminal sexual conduct, assault to commit sexual penetration, assault to do great bodily harm, 3 counts of felonious assault. Welch posted that $10,000 bond last Friday. He is now charged with murdering Frazier last Sunday while murdering his stepfather and critically stabbing his own mother while setting her house on fire and shooting at police. At Welch's arraignment on the murder charges, Harper Woods police called the bond given to Welch an opportunity to kill.
He was given a chance with bond at that time and took his freedom as an opportunity to finish the job and kill victim Frazier.
You know, $10,000 is easy to come up with. It's people that steal something from a store that would get more than $10,000. You tortured somebody, you sexual assaulted somebody, and you got out with paying $10,000.
So again, the magistrate who set the bond has yet to respond. The chief judge has yet to respond who has responded to us so far is Prosecutor Kim Worthy. She tells us tonight, quote, "It is an understatement to say that it is exceedingly difficult to get appropriate bonds for violent felonies from some of the 36 district court magistrates. Magistrates have reports available to them that detail alleged crimes in their files before a bond decision has to be made. The bond that was given to Mr. Welch for his alleged horrific crime was much higher than we usually get. So we were hopeful that after the presentation of the evidence at the preliminary examination, that would hopefully persuade a judge to actually increase the bond accordingly. It never got to that level, tragically, never got to that preliminary examination. Now Welch is being held, a judge in Harper Woods holding him on no bond tonight. We're live outside 36th District Court, Sean Lake, Local 4.
Now I want to be careful here, because it's easy to turn a story like this into pure outrage bait, to point fingers at a single magistrate and say, "This is your fault." But that's not the whole story. Magistrates and judges make hundreds of bond decisions. They work within systems and frameworks and political pressures. They don't always have full information. And in a state where bail reform debates are ongoing, where advocates on both sides are pushing for changes in how defendants are assessed, a single decision sits inside a much larger context. But the larger context doesn't bring Zlaya back. The larger context doesn't sit with Natayla Morse's mother every morning when she wakes up and her daughter is still gone. The system failed. However you want to explain it, whatever structural reasons you want to point to, it failed. And 4 people died. Jonathan Welch eventually faced the legal consequences. In July 2023, he pleaded guilty to charges stemming from the deaths of Zlaya Frazier, Robert Bray Jr., and Flossie Nicole Bray. He had already been sentenced separately prior to the murder convictions to up to 30 years in prison for the torture attack on Frazier. That sentence was handed down while he was awaiting trial on the murder charges. He was also sentenced to 20 to 40 years for the murder of Natayla Morse. On November 2nd, 2023, a Wayne County judge sentenced Jonathan Welch of Harper Woods to 45 to 70 years in prison for the 3 killings. The sentences are served concurrently, meaning they run simultaneously, not one after the other. Concurrent sentencing is a standard practice in the American legal system. It's also, in cases like this one, a source of deep frustration for victims' families. A man who killed 4 people will be evaluated for parole on essentially the same timeline as if he had killed one. Jonathan Welch will be in his late 60s before he is formally considered for release, if he serves the minimum. The families don't get a minimum. They serve all of it. Chastity Morse will carry the weight of that graduation day for the rest of her life. The sisters who walked across the stage, they'll carry it too.
Last time I saw her, I hugged her and told her I love her. And my kids was about to graduate, so she was talking about, oh, I'm gonna come down to the graduation. Yeah, she died the day before her sisters graduated. They had to go across stage the next day knowing their sister died. I told them, do it for your sister. So they went across stage for her. They did it for her.
She was the oldest sibling of the 7 of us. She was loving, the most kindest soul you could ever meet. Like, she had drive, and she was all about going to work, working on herself, her career. She was really driven to do better.
Zlaya's son, the baby who was in the next room during the torture, the baby who was dropped from a window during the standoff. He is out there growing up right now. He has no memory of his mother. He will grow up hearing the story of what happened to her. He will, at some point, have to decide what to do with all of it. There's something I keep coming back to in this story. The John Doe. The man who called 911. He didn't give his real name, but he did something more important than that. He hit record. The footage he shot that night from his window, on his phone, while he was still on the line with the 911 dispatcher, is one of the most chilling pieces of material in this entire story. You can hear him talking to dispatch. You can see the street. You can see the car. And at one point, you can see Jonathan Welch near that car, on the same night Natayla Morse was killed. He wasn't just a voice on a phone. He was a witness with a camera, documenting what he saw in real time, while simultaneously trying to get someone, anyone, to respond. And nobody came.
But you don't know for sure that she was shot?
I don't know.
That footage is evidence. That footage is a record of a system failing in the moment it was needed. And the fact that this man, a stranger, someone with no obligation to get involved, chose to film it, chose to call it in, chose to stay on that line, that matters. It didn't save Natayla, but it's part of why this story can be told the way it deserves to be told. I think about that a lot when I look at this case, because his call was the only moment, the only one, where someone from outside this tragedy tried to intervene, where a stranger looked at a situation and said, "This is wrong, someone needs to know about this." And the response was,
But you don't know for sure that she was shot?
that's not just a failure of the police department on one specific night. That's a symptom of something deeper, a fraying in the relationship between communities and the institutions that are supposed to protect them. When people don't trust that a 911 call will result in action, they stop calling. And when they stop calling, crimes go unreported, evidence goes uncollected, and killers stay free. The Detroit Police Department, Wayne County prosecutors, and the court system have all moved forward since this case. Other cases have come and gone. The city keeps grinding forward. But Natayla Morse's sisters still have graduation photos with a hole in them. And the man in the field who called 911, he still knows that nobody came. This case deserves to be remembered, not as an abstraction about bail reform, not as a data point in a policy debate, but as the story of 4 specific people who had names and families and futures, and who were killed because a system wasn't designed to protect them from the specific threat they faced.
Yes, I called about somebody getting shot last night, and the police never came out, and I'm walking down the street, and her body is right here.
What's the location?
Lennox and Canfield.
One moment.
Matter of fact, I got a video of the nigga car who did it, and I'm about to tell you what time I took the video.
Okay.
At 2:52 a.m., probably at 2:50, the lady was screaming help. She was running down the street, and then all you heard was a gunshot, and then it got quiet. And then I called you guys, and y'all ain't do shit. And now this lady dead right here by my house.
Natayla Morse, 24 years old, beaten to death in a field. Found 2 days later. Zlaiah Frazier, 22 years old, survived 4 hours of torture, escaped, gave her statement, trusted the system to protect her, killed 2 days after her attacker was released on bond. Robert Bray Jr., 70 years old, killed in his own home. Flossie Nicole Bray, 42 years old, posted her son's bond, stabbed by her son, died in the hospital. 4 people, 1 summer, 1 decision, and a 911 call that went unanswered on a June night on the east side of Detroit, while Natayla Morse took her last breath in the dark. Remember their names. If this story affected you, share it. These victims deserve to be remembered by more than a case number. Leave your thoughts below, and I'll see you in the next episode.
To the outside world, Kouri Richins had it all. A thriving real estate career, 3 beautiful sons, a husband, and a picture-perfect mountain home in Utah, the definition of the American dream. But behind the family portraits and luxury vacations, a crushing multi-million-dollar financial hole was opening up. And inside that darkness, a terrifying desperation began to take root. On March 4th, 2022, 39-year-old Eric Richins was found dead in his bed, ruled a brain aneurysm, a sudden, silent killer. For over a year, his grieving widow played the part flawlessly, even writing a children's book to help her boys cope with losing their father. But investigators soon uncovered something far more sinister. Secret lovers, forged signatures, and a deadly weapon sourced from an occasional housekeeper. 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl slipped into a celebratory cocktail. What followed was a high-profile trial, a jaw-dropping attempt to fabricate evidence from her jail cell, and a final verdict that shattered the illusion once and for all. This is the story of a house built on lies, and the absolute destruction left in the wake of ultimate greed. If this is the kind of story that keeps you up at night, make sure you hit that subscribe button, give this video a like, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. Now, let's get into it. Welcome to today's episode, Black Widow, the Kouri Richins case. On the frozen morning of March 4th, 2022, the scenic, snow-covered town of Kamas, Utah, was perfectly still. But at exactly 3 a.m., that peace was shattered by a frantic call to emergency dispatchers. On the other end of the line was 32-year-old Kouri Richins. She told the dispatcher that she had been sleeping in the adjacent bedroom with one of her 3 young sons who had been having a nightmare. When she finally returned to her own bed and reached out for her 39-year-old husband, Eric Richins, she realized something was catastrophically wrong. He was completely unresponsive and cold to the touch.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in the bed, in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. And he's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No.
The 911 audio is hard to listen to. Kouri screams, begs for help, and tells the operator that she doesn't know what happened, repeating over and over that her husband is freezing. The dispatcher tries desperately to calm her down, instructing her to pull Eric off the bed and onto the floor to perform CPR. When the first responders arrived at the home, the scene was chaotic and tense. Police body camera footage captures the immediate aftermath of the tragedy. Officers rushed up the stairs and into the master bedroom, where paramedics quickly took over, working frantically on Eric's body. The atmosphere in the house was heavy with shock. Kouri can be seen on the body camera footage pacing, weeping, and visibly distraught as she tries to explain the timeline of the evening to the arriving deputies.
So what happened today? When you say we were fine, what time did you see him when he was alert?
We had a drink together at 9 to celebrate something at work tomorrow.
Okay.
We went to bed. I went to bed with my kids. He went to bed in our bed.
What time did you guys go to bed?
9:30.
9:30? Okay.
9:45.
And then what alerted you to him today, right now?
When I just woke up, when I sleep with my kids, I'll wake up and I go back in my own bed.
Mm-hmm.
I just crawled over on his side.
And he was laying in bed? Okay.
He was on his back on the bed, and
Okay. And you said he was on his back?
Within minutes, the paramedics stopped their efforts. At 3:58 a.m., Eric Richins was officially pronounced dead. The initial assessment by the first responders on the scene was that this was a sudden, tragic medical anomaly. Because Eric was a fit, active 39-year-old man with no known underlying health conditions, the deputies whispered about a silent killer, perhaps a sudden catastrophic brain aneurysm. To the police officers standing in the room that morning, it looked like a devastating random heartbreak for a young family. But to understand how Eric Richins ended up on that bedroom floor, you have to look at the life he and Kouri had built together. The couple first met back in 2009 at a local Home Depot. Kouri was working as a cashier, and Eric, who was heavily involved in construction and stonemasonry, was a frequent customer. They hit it off instantly. Eric was a warm, charismatic, and incredibly hardworking man who immediately fit in with Kouri's family. On June 15, 2013, they were married in a beautiful garden ceremony at their Utah home. Over the next decade, their family grew to include 3 young boys, Carter, Weston, and Ashton. Eric was the ultimate family man. He ran his own multi-million-dollar business, C&E Stonemasonry, a highly successful stone and masonry contracting company. Despite his grueling work schedule, he never missed a chance to coach his son's soccer teams, take them snowmobiling, or go on 4-wheeler trips into the mountains. Kouri was equally ambitious. She started her own real estate flipping company, Kouri Richins Realty LLC. She bought older, rundown homes, remodeled them, and sold them for a profit. To the outside world, they were the absolute definition of the American dream. They traveled frequently, dined at expensive restaurants, and provided their children with every camp, class, and luxury imaginable. Kouri often told friends that she had spent her youth cleaning the homes of wealthy families, and she had vowed that one day she would be living in a mansion of her own. She was determined to achieve that level of status and wealth, no matter what it took. But behind that carefully constructed image of success and marital bliss, a massive financial black hole was forming. While Eric's masonry business was consistently profitable and stable, Kouri's aggressive real estate ventures were spiraling completely out of control. By late 2020, Kouri was drowning in debt. She was constantly overdrawing her bank accounts, bouncing checks, and taking out high-interest, hard-money loans just to keep her real estate projects afloat. Investigators would later reveal that she was spending roughly $80,000 a month in basic business expenses and was paying certain private lenders over $2,000 a day in interest alone. Her business was $2 million in the hole, and her total personal and professional debt had skyrocketed to a crushing $7 million. Desperate to maintain the illusion of wealth, Kouri began systematically robbing her husband. Without Eric's knowledge or consent, she opened a secret bank account and established a revolving line of credit. She then used a fraudulent power of attorney to forge Eric's signature, allowing her to take out a $250,000 equity loan against their primary family home. She didn't stop there. Kouri withdrew over $100,000 directly from Eric's personal bank accounts and maxed out an additional $30,000 on his business credit cards. In late 2020, Eric sat down to check his balances and discovered that his accounts had been completely drained. He confronted Kouri in a massive argument. Terrified of a public scandal, Kouri wept, apologized, and promised that she would repay every single dollar. Eric loved his wife and wanted to keep his family together for the sake of their 3 young boys, so he agreed to go to marriage counseling. But the trust was fundamentally broken. Eric secretly consulted with a high-profile divorce attorney and began taking steps to protect his assets. He ultimately decided to put his divorce plans on hold, but he made a critical legal move. he established the Kouri Richins Living Trust. He transferred all of his business assets, life insurance policies, and property into this trust, and he legally designated his sister, Katie Richins Benson, as the sole trustee in the event of his death. This meant that if anything ever happened to Kouri, Kouri would be entirely cut off from his estate, and the money would be safely managed by his sister for his 3 sons. Kouri was trapped. She told a close friend that her prenuptial agreement and Eric's new financial lockdowns would leave her completely broke if they ever divorced, casually adding that it would honestly be better if her husband was just dead. As the financial pressure mounted, Kouri's secret life expanded. She began having a passionate, long-term affair with a handyman named Robert Josh Grossman, who went by the name Josh. Kouri let Josh stay rent-free in one of the homes she was flipping, bought him 2 trucks, and frequently sent him large sums of money. In text messages recovered by police, Kouri promised Josh that she was going to leave Eric, secure a multi-million-dollar settlement, and marry him. On February 2, 2022, she sent Josh a message saying, "If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect." Just 2 days before Eric died, she messaged Josh again, writing, "Life is going to be different, I promise. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please." Friday was March 4th, the night Eric would take his final breath. With her financial empire collapsing and a secret lover waiting in the wings, Kouri decided to take matters into her own hands. The investigation would later reveal that Eric had been poisoned at least twice before his fatal night. The first incident occurred during a family vacation to Greece. Eric became violently ill immediately after taking a drink that Kouri had handed to him. He was so sick that he called his sister from his hotel room, telling her directly that he felt like his wife was trying to kill him. The second, more severe attempt took place on Valentine's Day, 2022. Kouri brought Eric a sandwich and left it in his truck with a sweet note telling him how much she loved him. Eric ate the sandwich, and within minutes, his body went into violent anaphylactic shock. His throat began to constrict, he broke out in severe hives, and he began suffocating. He only survived because he managed to find his son's EpiPen and inject himself before falling unconscious. Afterward, a terrified Eric texted his friend saying, "You almost lost me this time. I think she might have poisoned me." To pull off the murder, Kouri needed a lethal weapon that wouldn't leave an obvious trace. She turned to Carmen Lauber, an occasional housekeeper who worked on Kouri's house-flipping properties. Carmen had a well-known history of drug involvement and was on active probation for distribution. Kouri reached out to her via text message, asking if she could procure some powerful pain medication for an alleged real estate investor who had injured his back. On Valentine's Day, Carmen met Kouri in a driveway and handed her 15 to 20 illicit fentanyl pills in exchange for $900 in cash. That was the exact day Eric ate the near-fatal sandwich. A few weeks later, Kouri contacted Carmen again, stating that the investor needed something even stronger, specifically asking for the Michael Jackson stuff. Carmen met her drug dealer, Robert Kosier, at a local Maverick gas station, purchased a second, highly potent batch of fentanyl, and delivered it directly to Kouri's house on February 26th. On the night of March 4th, Kouri put her plan into final motion. She closed a deal on a massive $4 million mansion that Eric had repeatedly told her they could not afford. To celebrate, she mixed Eric a Moscow Mule cocktail in a copper mug and laced it with the illicit fentanyl she had bought from her housekeeper. Eric drank the cocktail, went to bed, and never woke up. The medical examiner's autopsy later revealed that Eric did not die of an aneurysm. He died of acute fentanyl toxicity. The amount of the drug in his blood was staggering. It was 5 times the lethal dose, and it had been ingested orally, completely disproving any theory of an accidental recreational overdose. For over a year after the murder, Kouri played the part of the grieving widow perfectly. In a bizarre twist of psychological manipulation, she wrote and self-published a children's grief book titled Are You With Me?, dedicated to her late husband. She went on local television shows, smiling and poised, offering advice to other mothers on how to help children cope with the sudden loss of a father.
And talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject. Joining us now is author of Are You With Me?, Kouri Richins, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Kouri, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, you know, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, and, you know, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, you know, deal with this and kind of, you know, find happiness some way or another.
But while she was on TV promoting her book, the police were tracking her digital footprint. Forensic extraction of her cell phone revealed that in the days surrounding the murder, Kouri had deleted dozens of text messages to her housekeeper. Even worse, her Google search history showed she had searched, "What is a lethal dose of fentanyl? Can the FBI find deleted messages? And if someone is poisoned, what does it go down as on the death certificate?" In May 2023, the hammer finally fell. Kouri Richins was arrested and charged with aggravated murder, attempted murder, mortgage fraud, and insurance fraud. While awaiting trial in a Summit County jail cell, her desperation reached new heights. During a routine cell search, guards discovered a handwritten 6-page letter hidden inside her mattress. In this document, which became known as the Walk the Dog letter, Kouri gave explicit instructions to her mother to force her brother, Ronnie, to lie on the witness stand. She wanted him to claim that Eric had secretly traveled to Mexico to buy illegal fentanyl, attempting to frame her dead husband as an addict. When confronted with the letter, Kouri absurdly claimed it was just a fictional outline for a second book she was planning to write. The high-profile trial finally began in February 2026.
I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. You know what you're never going to hear is how that fentanyl got inside of him, because there is zero evidence of that.
It was an international media frenzy. For 5 long weeks, prosecutors systematically dismantled Kouri's defense. They called financial experts who detailed her massive $7 million debt. They called her lover, Josh Grossman, who wept openly on the stand as his romantic text messages with Kouri were read aloud to the jury. Most devastatingly, they called the housekeeper, Carmen Lauber, who testified in vivid detail about how Kouri had paid her thousands of dollars to deliver the fatal fentanyl pills. The prosecution presented an airtight timeline proving Kouri had the motive, the means, and the opportunity to commit the murder, while showing that absolutely no one else did.
We'll present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Darden Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richins. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did.
In a shocking courtroom twist at the end of the trial, Kouri's defense team realized the state's evidence was completely insurmountable. They stood up and informed the judge that the defense would rest their case immediately without calling a single witness or presenting any alternate theory.
We're following breaking news out of Summit County for you. A closed-door hearing in the high-profile Kouri Richins case just wrapped up. The judge granted a request from the defense team to withdraw from her case, saying they can no longer represent her.
In March 2026, the jury entered deliberations. It took them less than 3 hours to return a unanimous verdict, guilty on all counts.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat.
Kouri Richins was convicted of aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, insurance fraud, and forgery. The final sentencing took place on May 13, 2026, a day that fell directly on what would have been Eric Richins' 44th birthday. The courtroom was filled with raw emotion as Eric's family delivered tearing victim impact statements.
I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon, and his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever.
Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told.
The most heartbreaking moment came when the judge read statements submitted by Eric and Kouri's 3 young sons. The boys stated under oath that they were terrified of their mother, revealing that in the year after their father's death, Kouri had emotionally abused them, locked them in the basement, and threatened to kill their pets. They begged the judge to keep her locked up forever so they could finally live a life free of fear. Judge Richard Mrazek looked directly at Kouri Richins and stated that a person who could systematically poison her spouse for financial gain was simply too dangerous to ever walk among the public again. He sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kouri wept bitterly, shouting at the courtroom that the jury had ruined her life based on lies, but the handcuffs were slapped on her wrists for the final time. The illusion of perfection had completely unraveled, leaving behind a legacy of absolute greed, a devastated community, and 3 young boys who will spend the rest of their lives healing from the ultimate betrayal.
In the quiet suburbs of Knoxville, Tennessee, a single bullet shattered the silence. A 16-year-old girl, asleep in her own bed, killed with terrifying precision. No struggle, no forced entry. Just 2 shots, fired through a wall by someone who knew exactly where she was. This wasn't random. This was personal. At first, it looked impossible, like the work of a professional. But the truth was far more disturbing, because the killer wasn't a stranger. He was someone who had been inside that house, someone who claimed he loved her. Investigators had a suspect. They had a motive. But they were missing one thing: the weapon. So they made a risky move. They turned to his closest friends and wired them. What happened next was caught on hidden camera. And in that moment, the grieving boyfriend disappeared. And something else took his place. How does a hero become a killer? How does love turn into control and control into murder? This is a story of obsession, manipulation, and betrayal. This is Deadly Devotion, the Emma Walker story. Every town has its golden couple. In Knoxville, it was the cheerleader and the football star. Emma Jane Walker, 16, was a girl who seemed to vibrate with life. An honor student with a deep love for animals, she dreamt of spending her life in a neonatal ward, cradling premature babies back to health. Then there was William Riley Gall, 2 years older, a wide receiver for the Central High Bobcats. He wasn't your stereotypical jock. Friends called him a jokester, a bit nerdy, a guy who loved video games and church. When they started dating in 2014, it looked like a scene from a movie. All right, friends, let me pause for just a minute. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from. I'd love to ask you something real quick. Tell me what city you're in while you're watching this video, and what time it is for you right now. Thanks so much for taking a moment to share that. Go ahead and drop it in the comments. And with that said, let's keep going. But beneath the surface of this picture-perfect couple, a dark pattern was forming. It began with check-ins, Riley needing to know where Emma was every minute. Then came the isolation. He didn't want her talking to other boys. He didn't want her spending time with friends he didn't approve of. For 2 years, the relationship was a revolving door of breakups and dramatic reunions. Riley used a hero complex as a weapon. If Emma tried to leave, he would threaten suicide. He made her feel that his very life depended on her presence. By late 2016, Emma's parents, Mark and Jill, had seen enough. They saw the light in their daughter's eyes fading under the weight of Riley's possessiveness. They took a drastic step. They grounded her, not as punishment, but as protection. They banned her from seeing him. And for a moment, it worked. Emma began to find herself again. She told her friends, "We're finally done." But Riley Gall was a man who viewed no as a challenge. If he couldn't be her boyfriend, he would be her savior. He just needed a crisis to rescue her from. The weekend of November 18th, 2016, was the beginning of the end. Riley stole a 9mm Glock from under the seat of his grandfather's car. His grandfather, fearing Riley might use it on himself, reported it missing. But Riley wasn't planning on ending his own life. Friday night, Emma is at a friend's house. She receives terrifying texts from an unknown number. One says, "Come outside alone if you don't want anyone you care about to get hurt." Frightened, she goes outside and finds Riley lying face down in a ditch, claiming he had been kidnapped. It was a staged drama, a desperate bid for her sympathy. Emma didn't buy it. She walked away. Saturday morning, a man in black appears at her door, banging and ringing the bell. Panicked, Emma calls the only person she thinks can protect her, Riley. He arrives, saves her, and for a fleeting moment, he is the hero again. But Emma's mother arrives and kicks him out. The illusion is shattered. Sunday night, November 20th. Emma is back in her room at the Sturchy Hills neighborhood. She's studying, texting friends, and eventually, she goes to sleep. At 12:30 a.m., Riley drives from his dorm at Maryville College. He is no longer playing the hero. He is playing the judge. Riley stands in the backyard, just 4 feet from the wall of Emma's bedroom. He knows the layout of this house perfectly. He knows exactly where her bed is positioned. He raises the 9mm Glock. 2 shots. The first passes through the wall and embeds in her pillow. The second strikes 16-year-old Emma Jane Walker behind her left ear. She never wakes up. Riley drives back to his dorm. He calls a friend to ask how to get fingerprints off a gun. Then, he waits. 6 a.m. Monday. Jill Walker goes to wake her daughter for school. She finds Emma unresponsive. The 911 call is a haunting record of a mother's worst nightmare.
Where is your emergency?
I'm Jill Walker!
What's going on there?
I just tried to wake up my daughter for school, and she has no pulse.
How old is she?
She's 16.
You said that she's non-responsive?
Yeah.
Within minutes, the quiet morning air of the Sturchy Hills subdivision was pierced by the wail of sirens. First responders and Knox County Sheriff's deputies descended on the Walker home, their boots thumping on the driveway that Emma had walked up just hours before. Inside, the scene was one of frozen domestic normalcy. Emma lay in her bed, her room filled with the typical artifacts of a teenage life: school books, cheerleading gear, and memories. But the stillness was wrong. The police and detectives came to the scene and the investigation of a crime scene began. Lead Detective Alan Merritt and his team began the grim task of processing the room. Initially, there was confusion. There were no signs of a struggle, no forced entry through the doors, and no shattered glass. The investigators moved with clinical precision. They looked at the positioning of Emma's body, noting the single devastating wound behind her left ear. As the lead forensic technician began a sweep of the perimeter, the suicide theory began to crumble. Outside, beneath the window of Emma's bedroom, the morning light caught the glint of brass. Bullet casings were found near the house. One shell casing, then a few feet away, another. 2 9mm spent casings sat in the grass, discarded like cigarette butts. The investigators looked up from the grass to the exterior siding of the house. There, a hole from a bullet was visible from the outside. 2 small, jagged entry points against the pale wall of the home. Inside Emma Walker's room is the corresponding bullet hole in the drywall. The geometry of the crime became clear. A laser-straight line could be drawn from those holes outside, through the wall, and directly into the space where Emma's head had rested. One bullet was stuck in the pillow, missing her by inches and lodging itself into the wood of the bed frame. One bullet was in Emma Walker's head. This wasn't a suicide. It was a sniper-style execution. The precision was chilling. Whoever had pulled the trigger wasn't just firing blindly. They were firing with a topographical knowledge of exactly where that 16-year-old girl would be lying. The shooter hadn't even needed to see their target. They had used the wall as a veil and the bullets as a final, silent word. The name Riley Gall is on everyone's lips within hours, but Riley plays the grieving boyfriend. He posts a 300-word tribute on Twitter, calling her "my beautiful Emma." He cries at the vigil. He thinks he is untouchable, but he underestimated his own friends. Alex McCarty and Noah Walton knew about the stolen gun. They saw the cracks in Riley's story. When the police approached them, they didn't hesitate. They chose their conscience over their friend. Detectives from the Knox County Sheriff's Office wire Alex and Noah with hidden cameras and microphones. They tell Riley they want to help him get rid of the package. The tension is palpable. The boys meet Riley at Noah's house. Riley is paranoid. He wants to go to the Bluffs, a wooded area by the river, to dispose of the weapon and the black clothes he wore that night.
But I'm trusting you guys, like, with my life, because, I mean, this is 70 years in jail if I get convicted of something I didn't do. Man, are you busy right now? Like, you guys do anything? Because I need your, the blood. I'm going to throw it in the water. They'll never find it. We can go on that, the smaller ledge that really looks out of the water. You know what I'm talking about? Like I do? Yeah. And if I throw it with enough force, I know it's terrifying. I know this. You guys don't have to come with me if you don't want to. I mean, I'm not too mad, man. I just need Christ, dude. I understand. If it's in the Tennessee River, they will never find it. I know that much. And how would I know it wasn't my grandfather's gun? His magazine had 5 shots in total when I first got it. Still has 5 shots in it. If I actually gave him that gun, that's like, yeah, maybe it's 50-50. It may give them reason to say, okay, the fingerprints on his gun and his bullet don't match, cool. But at the same time, they could have never had fingerprints in the first place and be like, oh, and this walks in this super common. Yeah, this bullet fits in this magazine fits in this gun.
In the car, Riley is talking, confessing without realizing it. They arrive at the spot. Riley pulls out a trash bag. He reaches in and pulls out the 9mm Glock. Alex McCarty is recorded on a hidden microphone saying,
Success? It's a bag of trash. I just threw it in there. I don't know what's in there. I just want to throw it and be done.
Oh my God. What? This is a real gun.
That was the signal. Within seconds, the woods were flooded with blue and red lights.
Everybody put your hands out of the vehicle now!
What the Oh my God, man.
What the Leave your hands out of the vehicle! Step out of the vehicle!
The stakeout was a success. Riley Gall was in handcuffs. The trial began in April 2018. It was a battle of narratives. The prosecution, led by Kevin Allen, painted a picture of a calculated killer.
Well, she was their light. And they're blessed that they got 16 years with her. And they can look at it that way and live the rest of their lives knowing at least we got that. But they'll always be muted. You could sense that from them when they took the stand. Each one of them has suffered a loss at the hands of him. This guy, his personal responsibility, his actions, everything that he did, caused them to suffer, and every person in here who she touched in their lives will never be the same again because of him and his selfishness and his lies and his possessiveness and his manipulation and his obsessiveness of Emma Walker. She's creating this fictitious, this bogus kidnapping story to upset her. When you think about the fact that 3 o'clock in the morning, dressed in black, he's standing outside a 16-year-old girl's bedroom, and you think of all the places he could have placed that shot. All the things that he could have done. Shoot up into the air, shoot in through the window, anywhere, but where you shot. Shot placement shows you an intent to kill.
They introduced evidence from the video game Call of Duty, showing how Riley had mastered wall banging, the tactic of shooting through walls to hit a target you can't see. The defense, led by Wesley Stone, offered a bizarre alternative. They admitted Riley fired the shots, but they claimed he was just a scared kid trying to frighten Emma so he could rescue her again. He didn't mean for the bullets to hit her. He just wanted to be the hero one more time.
So, submit to you that after you've heard all the evidence, and as I told you in the very beginning of this trial, you will hear some bizarre, reckless conduct regarding my teenage client.
that everything that they say about premeditation to kill Emma Walker is consistent with him trying to scare her. Because if you scare her, maybe she'll come have contact with you, and therefore you can try to rehabilitate your relationship. I'm not saying it's logical. Do not think that I submit to you that there's any logic in any of this, because it's not logical. None of it is. But it is consistent with the facts as we know them from the witnesses. It's consistent with the facts as we know them from the 18th. And it's consistent with how Emma reached out to him on the 19th. Asked him to rescue her.
The jury didn't buy the hero story. On May 8, 2018, they returned a verdict: guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Riley had been out on $1 million bond during the trial. He expected to go home that night. Instead, as the word guilty was read, the shackles were brought out. He was sentenced to life in prison. In Tennessee, that means a minimum of 51 years. He will be 70 before he can even request parole. But the legal battle didn't end there. From his cell, Riley began a series of appeals. In 2021, he sat in court again, asking for a new trial based on claims of insufficient evidence. Denied. In 2023, he took it to the appellate court. Denied again. Even as of April 2026, the legal system continues to deal with his petitions. But for Emma's family, the sentence is the only thing that stays the same. Riley is behind bars, and Emma is gone. How do you remember a life cut so short? You don't focus on the person who took it. You focus on the dreams that remained. Today, in Knoxville, children play in the Emma Jane Walker Memorial Dog Park. In the local children's hospital, there is a NICU room dedicated in her name, a place where premature babies fight for their lives, just as Emma once dreamt of helping them do. Emma Walker was a girl of light, kindness, and ambition. She wasn't a victim to be rescued. She was a woman destined for greatness. Riley Gall tried to write the ending to her story, but through her family's grace and the community's memory, Emma's story is still being written. In the end, the truth wasn't found in Riley's lies or his hero complex. It was found in the strength of her friends to speak up and the enduring legacy of a girl who just wanted to save lives.
North Texas, Grapevine Lake, September 14, 2016, 6:30 in the morning. The Grapevine Fire Department received a call about something burning near the lake. When they arrived, they found a small blue children's pool sitting out in the middle of the grass. The kind you can pick up at any big box store for $20. The kind kids splash around in on summer afternoons. Inside it was a body.
They located a body that appeared to have been set on fire. The body, there is some degree of dismemberment to the body. Investigators and crime scene technicians arrived on the scene and began investigating shortly thereafter. We requested the response of the FBI evidence removal and recovery team to assist us in that investigation.
What those first responders found at Grapevine Lake that morning was so brutal, so deliberately cruel, that seasoned detectives, men and women who had spent decades working some of the darkest cases in Texas, would later say they had never seen anything like it. Not once, not in all their years on the job. The body had been dismembered. It had been set on fire. The burns were so severe and so total that investigators standing over the scene in the early morning light could not determine the most basic facts about the victim in front of them. They could not tell if they were looking at an adult or a child. They could not tell if the person had been a man or a woman. They had almost nothing to work with. Almost. There was just enough skin left on the fingertips. And through those fingerprints, investigators were finally able to put a name to what had been done. She was 24 years old. Her name was Jacqueline Ray Vandagriff. Everyone in her life called her Jackie. She had no belongings on her, no bag, no phone, nothing to tell investigators where she had been or who she had spent her last hours with. What they did know was that she lived nearly 20 miles away in Denton, Texas. She had not been reported missing, which meant whatever had happened to her had happened fast. It had happened within hours of her leaving home. The dismemberment alone would have been enough to make this one of the most disturbing cases in the county's history. But investigators would later learn one detail that elevated this crime into something that seasoned law enforcement genuinely struggled to process. Jackie's heart had been removed from her body, deliberately cut out. A witness reported seeing what appeared to be a man standing over the fire before walking away from the scene. That was all they had. No description good enough to work with, no direction, no name. And then, a day after her body was found, something chilling happened. Jackie's Twitter account became active. A new post appeared on her profile. It read, "Never knew I could feel like this." Investigators drew the obvious conclusion. Her killer had her phone. And now, somewhere out there, that person was watching, waiting, possibly even sending a message. The hunt was on.
Hello everyone, my name is Jacqueline Vandagriff, but friends call me Jackie. I am currently a junior here at Texas Women's University, and my major is nutrition with an emphasis in wellness. I chose this major because I realized while working as an esthetician, which is skincare if you're not familiar, I realized the importance of nutrition and just overall health, and decided that this is what I was going to study. So thank you for watching. I am really looking forward to learning about all of you and learning with you in this class.
That was Jackie, speaking directly to camera, relaxed and warm, full of the kind of quiet confidence that comes from someone who genuinely knows who she is and where she is going. She was 24 years old. She was a junior at Texas Women's University. She was somebody's best friend. She was somebody's daughter. And she was somebody who had plans, real ones, the kind you can almost reach out and touch. Jacqueline Ray Vandagriff grew up in Frisco, Texas. From the very beginning, she was a kid who was curious about everything. A voracious reader, the kind of child who devoured books, not because anyone told her to, but because the world genuinely fascinated her, and she wanted to understand as much of it as she possibly could. She was athletic too. By the time she was 3 years old, she had already started gymnastics. 3 years old, she would go on to compete at level 5 in state competitions. That number alone tells you something about her character. Her best friend shared her name. They called themselves Jackie Squared. Her best friend said she was the smartest person she had ever known in her life, that Jackie could have done absolutely anything she wanted with her future. She had this rare and genuine gift for meeting people exactly where they were. You could be completely yourself around her without any of the performance that usually comes with meeting someone new. She was confident, she was outgoing, she was present. And at the same time, there was something disarming and calm about her that made a room feel warmer just by her being in it. After graduating high school, Jackie became a licensed esthetician. Skincare, as she explained in that video, because not everyone is familiar with the term. And then she enrolled at Texas Women's University in Denton, declaring her major in nutrition and food science, with an end goal of becoming a qualified nutritionist. It made perfect sense for someone who had always cared deeply about health and wellness, who had spent years thinking about how the body works and what it needs. She wasn't just studying it academically, she was living it. She was becoming it. Things were going well. Life was moving in exactly the right direction. Jackie was happy. And by every account from everyone who knew and loved her, she had every single reason to be. In the weeks leading up to September 13, 2016, Jackie had been doing some thinking about her personal life. Like a lot of people her age, she had been using dating apps. But recently, she had told her friends that she wanted to come off the apps and get back out into the real world, meet someone face to face, feel things out in person the old-fashioned way. She was also keeping an eye open for part-time work, something flexible that would fit around her studies. So on the evening of September 13th, with both of those things in mind, Jackie got ready and headed out into Denton. She was going to put herself out there, maybe ask about job openings at a few places, see who she met. It was a perfectly ordinary Tuesday night. It was the kind of thing that millions of young people do every single week without a second thought, in towns and cities all over this country. Detectives were later able to trace her movements precisely through surveillance footage and witness testimony. She made her way toward the strip of bars near the University of North Texas campus. The first place she walked into was the Fry Street Public House Bar. She took a seat at the bar and fell into easy conversation with the bartender, the kind of natural, low-stakes chat that happens in bars all the time. Then, a man sat down 2 seats away from her. He joined the conversation, and Jackie and this man seemed to connect almost immediately, laughing together, showing each other things on their phones, ordering drinks. By the time they left the bar, they were leaving at the same time, side by side. They walked into a second bar just down the block, Shots and Crafts. They took a seat together and were joined by a group of women. The group hung out for about half an hour, easy and social, just people on a Tuesday night. Jackie seemed completely comfortable, happy even. She had absolutely no reason not to be. At 9:45 in the evening, Jackie and the man left the bar together. No one followed them out. No one appeared to be watching them or paying them any particular attention. They got into his car, and he drove to a nearby gas station where a camera caught one final image of Jackie Vandagriff alive, sitting in the front passenger seat, relaxed, perfectly calm, perfectly at ease with the man sitting next to her. That was the last footage of her ever captured. After that gas station, their trail went cold, and less than 9 hours later, her body would be found burning at Grapevine Lake. Investigators needed to identify the man Jackie had spent her final hours with, and this is where the case caught its first real break. A couple of the women the pair had met at Shots and Crafts that night remembered the man clearly. One of them had been given his business card. He had been talking about fitness, about training, and had handed it over the way personal trainers sometimes do when they think they've found a potential client. The name on that card was Charles Dean Bryant. 30 years old, personal trainer, bartender, running his name through the system turned up a few things: a forgery charge, marijuana possession, a misdemeanor assault, the kind of record that raises an eyebrow but doesn't immediately set off the loudest alarm bells on its own. But then there was one entry that stood apart from everything else. Charles Bryant had been arrested 3 times for stalking and harassing a young woman. And just 3 days before Jackie's body was found, 3 days, a protective order had been issued against him. So who was this woman, and what had Charles Bryant done to her? Her name was Caitlin. She was 18 years old when she started dating Charles Bryant. In June of 2016, just 3 months before Jackie was killed. He was 29 at the time, more than a decade older than her. By Caitlin's account, he was charming in the beginning, attentive and funny, frequently showing up with flowers. One of their regular spots, their go-to date location, was Grapevine Lake, the same lake where Jackie would later be found. Caitlin's mother met him once. Once was enough. Call it a mother's instinct. Call it the kind of knowledge that bypasses the rational brain and lands somewhere deeper. She took one look at Charles Bryant and felt something cold and certain settle in her gut. She told her daughter directly, "He's going to hurt you. He's going to do something bad." Those words would come back to haunt them both in ways neither of them could have anticipated. It didn't take long for Caitlin to start noticing the signs herself. Controlling behavior dressed up as affection, a suffocating kind of attention that shifted the air in any room. The kind of relationship where the boundaries start contracting so gradually that by the time you realize how small your world has become, it already feels normal. She made the decision to end things. It was the right call. Charles Bryant did not accept it. He was relentless. He created fake email accounts to bypass any blocks she had put up. He turned up wherever she was. He ran a parallel campaign to anyone who would listen, telling them that Caitlin was unstable, that she was overreacting, that she was the problem. The classic, well-worn playbook of someone who cannot tolerate being left, who would rather rewrite the story than face the reality of it. When Caitlin enrolled at the University of North Texas, a genuine fresh start, a new city, a new chapter, she believed she might finally be able to breathe. She had never told Charles where she was going to be living. Then he knocked on her dormitory door, carrying flowers, carrying a letter, having somehow talked his way past the security desk. Caitlin hid in a closet and called 911. He was arrested, and then, within the same day, he was back on campus.
I heard him say, "Hey, it's Charles. I have something for you."
You know for sure it was him.
Yeah, I know it's him.
Sierra 27, myself, a 443 and a BI. You have school here? No. What's your name?
Another woman who had gone on a few dates with Bryant described an almost identical pattern. They had barely spent any real time together. They had never even kissed. And yet, he had told her he loved her. She described it as overwhelming, too much, too fast, with an intensity that had no basis in what they had actually shared. He had talked to her about his childhood, told her he had been sexually abused as a young boy. She said something in the way he spoke about it made her believe it was true. Whether it was or not, it was being deployed, weaponized, almost, as a way to create emotional intimacy before it had been earned. With a name in hand and a history that was already deeply troubling, investigators began building a timeline of the night of September 13th. And what that timeline showed was a portrait of a man moving with methodical, deliberate purpose towards something catastrophic. Cell phone records placed Charles and Jackie together from the moment they left the bar. Their phones tracked in sync, moving south from Denton toward Hazlitt, the area where Charles lived. At 10:56 that night, Charles was active on Facebook, posting with the casual, swaggering tone of someone who had not a care in the world. His post read, "Teach you tricks that will blow your mind." Jackie's phone was detected near his home at approximately 1:30 in the morning. At 4:41 in the morning, surveillance footage at a Walmart in Hazlitt showed Charles Dean Bryant walking calmly through the store. He selected a shovel. He paid for it. He left. Less than 2 hours after that transaction, the Grapevine Fire Department arrived at the lake. If that sequence alone wasn't enough to put Charles Bryant at the center of this investigation, what came next was. The very next day, the day after Jackie's burned and dismembered body was discovered, he posted on Facebook again. His post read, "Full moon, let's see what trouble I can get into." And he tried to contact Caitlin. He was now the unambiguous primary suspect. Investigators reached out to Caitlin to check on her safety. Before they had confirmed a single detail, before they had given her any information at all, Caitlin asked them, "Is this about the murder in Grapevine? Is this about Charles?" She already knew. Because Charles had made contact with Caitlin, he had violated the conditions of his protective order. That gave investigators exactly what they needed. They arrested him. And for the first time, Charles Dean Bryant was sitting in a room where they could ask him, directly, formally, about Jackie Vandagriff. September 18th, 2016. 4 days after Jackie was found. Charles Bryant sat down at Grapevine Police Department. Investigators showed him a photograph of Jackie Vandagriff. He said he might have seen her at a bar at some point, but claimed they had no real interaction and that he didn't know her personally. While Charles was being interviewed, a separate team was methodically going through his property. They were finding significant things. But there was still a critical gap. Investigators still could not confirm with certainty how Jackie had died, and without that, building a murder charge was going to be harder than the mountain of circumstantial evidence might suggest. As the interview continued, Charles was beginning to close down, to become guarded, to feel the shape of where things were heading. That is when the decision was made to bring in Texas Ranger Jim Holland. Jim Holland was not a standard detective. Over the course of nearly 3 decades in law enforcement, he had worked hundreds of homicide cases, with a specific focus on what he described as psychopathic and sociopathic crimes. He had sat across from people who had done things that most of us genuinely cannot bring ourselves to fully imagine. And over all those years, he had arrived at an insight that most people find surprising. Given the right conditions, most of them want to talk. They want someone to know what they did. They want to tell the story. Jim Holland's entire method was built around that truth.
Hey, how you doing?
Jim came in as the good cop, not in a theatrical, transactional way, but with genuine warmth, genuine patience. He wanted Charles to feel understood. He described wanting Charles to see him almost as a friend.
You know, you're not a violent dude. You haven't really been in trouble. You know, you obviously work out. I mean, you're a stud, right?
As someone in his corner, someone who was not there to judge him, but to listen. And it worked in a way that none of the previous interviews had. Charles became talkative. He smiled. He relaxed into the conversation in a way he had not done before. He clearly trusted Jim in a way that would ultimately prove to be his undoing. And as the conversation deepened and Jim began to lean in, literally, physically, the space between them shrinking, the room growing smaller in the way rooms do when something important is about to be said, Charles began to move inch by inch toward the truth. Jim got him to admit that he had been with Jackie that night. He said he had overheard her asking the bartender about job openings and jumped in to talk. He said when they eventually left, it had started raining, so he offered her a ride home.
It makes sense, Adrian. I probably would offer to ride home.
She had been grateful and happily accepted. He framed it as a simple, kind act on a rainy night. Jim ordered pizza. He poured coffee. He set 2 slices down on a paper plate with all the casualness in the world, and then, almost as an afterthought, gently steered the conversation toward Caitlin. Whether Jackie had reminded him of her, whether some version of that obsession had come into play in what happened.
Was there a time that you pictured her as this girlfriend that did you wrong, or did anything like that come into play?
No.
Okay, so something happens, bam, there's a snap, and we need to figure out what that is. And maybe, she got mad. Maybe she's giving you all the signals and then cut you off. I mean, there could be all kinds of different things going on here, right? I mean, chicks, right? Chicks?
Charles went quiet. He deflected. And then, 3 hours into the conversation, he finally offered his version of events. He said the 2 of them had been hooking up in his car, completely consensually, he insisted. He said Jackie had asked him to choke her with a cable tie. He claimed that neither of them had tightened it intentionally. He said he didn't remember it happening. And then he looked down, and she wasn't breathing anymore.
She didn't fight you in any way. So you think he just tightened up on its own, basically?
Not so much that, like, it had a snag on something or...
Okay. Then what happened?
I'm trying to remember. She's not responsive. Shake her.
Jim Holland said he knew immediately that this account was a fabrication from start to finish. The medical examiner had found no evidence that any sexual activity had taken place between them. None at all. There was nothing in the physical evidence that supported even a fragment of the story Charles was telling. What he was constructing, in real time, in that room, on camera, was a narrative designed to do exactly one thing: cast himself not as a predator who had made a deliberate choice, but as someone who had been caught up in a tragic accident he couldn't have prevented. Jim had seen this exact pattern before. In all his years interviewing people who had committed extreme violence, he said they almost never give you the complete story from beginning to end. They leave out everything that makes them look calculated and intentional. They bend every detail toward victimhood, toward accident, toward the sense that things just happened around them rather than because of them. The goal is always the same, to be the person something terrible happened to, rather than the person who made something terrible happen. Jim said the sheer volume of dishonesty that came out of Charles Bryant's mouth during that interview was, in his considerable experience, astonishing. He was clear about his belief. Charles killed Jackie Vandagriff intentionally, and he believed it had been ignited and driven by his obsession with Caitlin, an obsession that had been feeding on itself for months, growing darker and more dangerous with every arrest, every restraining order, every rejection.
Kenny, what do you see in the pool? Which ones? Now tell me exactly what you see occurring after that. I go down that trail. And what happens next? Set it on fire. The fire. Why do you burn the body? Just for evidence.
While Jim Holland worked Charles Bryant in the interrogation room, investigators were working his property, and what they found there assembled, piece by piece, into a complete and devastating picture. Inside the house, a large hunting knife, consistent with the type of weapon that could have been used in the dismemberment of a body. Jackie's Texas Woman's University bag was found stuffed in his rubbish, and a white plastic zip tie, with Jackie's hair still caught in it. Inside his car, Jackie's cell phone battery, separated from the handset itself, as though someone had wanted to prevent the device from being tracked or located. And a stun gun. Jackie's DNA was present on the electrodes. The blue plastic children's pool that Jackie's body had been found burning inside, it had come from his own backyard. In that same backyard, there was evidence that someone had tried to dig a hole large enough to bury a body. The reconstruction that investigators arrived at was this. Charles had attempted to bury Jackie in his yard first. When that plan changed, for whatever reason, he moved her remains to Grapevine Lake and set the pool on fire. The Walmart footage showing him buying a shovel at 4:41 in the morning fit precisely into that sequence. And then there was what was found on his phone, child abuse material. Texas Ranger Jim Holland, surveying the full picture of what Charles Bryant had done and the kind of person he was revealing himself to be, was direct and unsparing in his assessment. Jackie's case, he said, bore all the hallmarks of a serial killer committing their very first murder. The improvised, chaotic crime scene, the mistakes, the evidence left behind in the panic of someone who was still learning. He said, "I think this was his disheveled murder." Was he going to stop? Why would he? There is no doubt in my mind that if Bryant had not been arrested by the Grapevine Police Department, he would have continued to kill. And I think as he got better and better at it, it would have become almost impossible to catch him. Charles Dean Bryant was charged with the capital murder of Jackie Vandagriff. The night Charles was arrested, Caitlin logged onto Facebook. She had spent months living with the specific, relentless fear of this man. The unexpected knocks at her door, the fake email accounts, the protective order that never quite felt like enough protection. The awareness that somewhere nearby he was still thinking about her, still watching, still waiting. And now, scrolling through her feed in a state of shock, reading the early reports of the arrest, she searched a name she had never heard before. Jackie Vandagriff. And Caitlin froze, because they were already Facebook friends. In the hours after killing Jackie, Charles had taken her phone. He used it to post on her Twitter, and he used it to send a friend request from Jackie's account directly to Caitlin, the woman he had been stalking for months, the woman for whom a protective order had been issued, the woman he was legally forbidden from contacting in any way. Sit with that for a moment. He had just killed a 24-year-old woman, and his very next act was to use the dead woman's phone to reach across to the one he hadn't gotten to yet. Caitlin said, "I think he really wanted to kill me. I think he wanted me dead. I don't know if he wanted to send me a message or just express his anger. He just took things way out of hand." Jim Holland's read on the night of September 13th was this: Charles Bryant walked into that bar in Denton in what Jim described as mission mode. He was going to kill someone that night. He had made that decision before he sat down at that bar. Whether the intended target was Caitlin specifically, or someone who looked enough like her to carry the weight of his obsession, Jim believed it didn't matter to him. He had locked onto Jackie Vandagriff. And Jackie, who had walked into that bar with nothing but hope and ordinary human curiosity, had been in the wrong place, at the wrong time, in the path of the wrong man.
Tonight, family and friends are mourning the loss of Jackie Vandagriff, the TWU student murdered last week.
A vigil has just begun in Frisco, and NTTV's Blake Holland is here with more. Blake?
Drake and Shelby, tonight friends and family of Jackie Vandagriff are gathered here at Frisco Common Park not to remember the horrific crime that occurred last week, but to look back on the life of a young woman gone too soon.
Yeah, you don't ever think something like this could happen to somebody you know.
Friends like Olivia Reyes, who recently started living with Jackie, were shocked to hear the news this week that a body found burned and mutilated last Wednesday in Grapevine had been identified as Jackie.
Disbelief. I was really shocked. It's really difficult news to process, and I'm still going through that process right now, but it's upsetting.
On Sunday, police arrested this man, 30-year-old Charles Bryant, on a charge of capital murder. Surveillance video shows the pair at a Denton bar just hours before her body was found. Cell phone records also show the two traveled from the bar to Bryant's Haslett home. A purse belonging to Vandagriff was found by police in a trash can at the home on Sunday. And in the hours before Vandagriff's body was found, Bryant is seen purchasing a shovel at an area Walmart, matching up with evidence in his backyard that someone had tried to dig a hole. Despite the large amount of evidence, those who knew Vandagriff were still left with questions into the murder of a selfless friend who they say did not deserve this.
Something like this should never happen.
And we do know tonight that Charles Dean Bryant does remain in jail on $1 million bond on that charge of capital murder. Tonight's candlelight vigil is set to get underway at around sunset.
Charles Bryant pleaded not guilty. His defense had a single line they were going to hold no matter what. This was a tragedy, but it was an accident. Two people who had been drinking heavily, who engaged in what the defense called consensual sexual activity. An accidental death, followed by a man who panicked and made a catastrophic series of decisions trying to cover it up and protect himself. Terrible decisions? Without question. Criminal? Absolutely. Tampering with evidence, for certain. But deliberate murder with intent? They said no. The prosecution had a different story entirely, and the evidence they were working with told it far more powerfully than any argument ever could. The medical examiner had found no evidence of sexual activity. None. The defense's foundational narrative, the entire premise of the accidental death, rested on a claim that the physical evidence flatly contradicted. Jackie's belongings were found at his home and in his car, items he had clearly tried to dispose of. Her DNA was on the electrodes of the stun gun. Her hair was on the zip tie. The kiddie pool came from his backyard. The shovel purchase was on camera, time-stamped at 4:41 in the morning. And then there was the dismemberment. The prosecution did not let the jury look away from that. If this had been a genuine accident, a panicked, tragic situation with no criminal intent behind the death itself, why was the body taken apart? What does dismembering someone have to do with covering up an accidental death? And then there was the heart. The prosecution asked the jury to hold that image, to really hold it. If Jackie died by accident, why was her heart cut out of her body? What does that tell us on a fundamental human level about the person who did that? The prosecution's theory of motive aligned exactly with what Jim Holland had put forward. Jackie was victim number one. Caitlin was intended to be victim number two. The stalking, the harassment, the obsession that had consumed Charles Bryant for months, it was all connected. It didn't begin with Jackie Vandagriff. And without this arrest, without this trial, it would not have ended with her.
That's right. Testimony started today in the trial of Charles Bryant Jr., the man seen with Jackie at the bar that night. Our David Goins has been tweeting and updating us from the courtroom. He joins us now live with the latest from the court today.
Good afternoon, Cynthia. Testimony wrapped up here about 10 minutes ago. Jurors so far have heard descriptions but have not yet seen surveillance video at a variety of Denton businesses that show Jackie Vandagriff with the man prosecutors say killed her hours later.
It's my daughter, Jackie.
On the stand today, Ricky Vandagriff says it wasn't like Jackie to not call or to make plans for her mom's birthday. It was on that day, just a few hours later, the couple learned that Jackie was dead. During opening statements, defense attorneys admit that Bryant did commit a crime by attempting to dispose of her body, but they told jurors that she died during what the defense called consensual sex in Bryant's car.
He wigs out. He is in the car with a young lady who has died during the course of sex.
However, prosecutors plan to lay out Jackie's final hours for jurors to show how Bryant took the vibrant 24-year-old out of a bar and away from her loved ones forever.
Tragically, an evil, destructive figure stepped in front of her on that path.
Jurors on Tuesday are expected to see a lot of surveillance video in the courtroom. This trial is expected to last all week. Charles Bryant faces life in prison if he's found guilty. Live in Fort Worth, David Goins, Channel 8 News.
The cell phone testimony was particularly powerful. An FBI expert walked the jury through the digital trail with clinical precision, both phones moving in perfect sync from Denton southward to Hazlitt, Jackie's device pinging towers progressively closer to Charles Bryant's address through the early hours of the morning, the signal eventually going silent at the time investigators believed she was killed. It was like watching a map being drawn, in real time, in retrospect, across the final hours of someone's life.
The next activity I have is on the victim's phone from 12:58 to 1:32 a.m. And the phone, the bar is kind of about right here. So we started moving south. And so 12:58, utilize this tower sector. Then it shifts, goes farther south at 1:16 a.m. And then at 1:10 a.m., so kind of somewhere between 1:10 and 1:16, so this overlap between these two towers.
During the proceedings, there was one significant blow to the state's case. The judge had to rule on whether Caitlin's testimony, her full and detailed account of the stalking, the harassment, the months of fear, the protective order, the dormitory door, could be placed in front of the jury. Caitlin sat on the stand without the jury present and told her story. All of it. Bravely and completely. The judge listened and then ruled that her testimony could not be admitted. That was a hard blow to absorb. The full context of who Charles Bryant was, the documented pattern of his behavior, the specific obsession that investigators believed had ultimately led to Jackie's death. The jury would not hear any of it directly from Caitlin. They would have to reach their verdict based on the physical evidence and the timeline alone. The prosecution also made a strategic decision around Jim Holland's 6-hour recorded interrogation. Rather than playing the full recording for the jury, they made a calculated choice. They told the defense that if Charles wanted the jury to hear his version of events, he was welcome to take the stand and tell it himself. In his own words, under oath. Subject to cross-examination. It was a bold move, but it was a smart one, because Charles on the stand, trying to reconstruct and maintain his story, trying to remember which version he had told and in which sequence, trying to hold the timeline together across 6 hours of recorded conversation that prosecutors had sitting right there in front of them, would have been an extraordinarily precarious position. Every contradiction would have been waiting for him. Charles Bryant declined to testify. 2 hours. That is how long the jury deliberated before returning their verdict. 2 hours to weigh everything that had been placed before them. The surveillance footage, the cell phone data, the DNA evidence, the zip tie with her hair caught in it, the shovel, the kiddie pool from his backyard, the attempted burial, the stun gun, the dismemberment, the heart. and to arrive at the only conclusion that all of that evidence taken together supported.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Charles Dean Bryant, Jr., guilty of the offense of murder.
Guilty. Charles Dean Bryant was convicted of capital murder because the prosecution could not prove additional aggravating factors beyond reasonable doubt, no confirmed sexual assault, no kidnapping charge that could be fully substantiated. He avoided the death penalty. In 2018, he was sentenced to life in prison. An additional 20 years were added for tampering with evidence, to run concurrently with the life sentence. He showed no reaction when the verdict was read aloud in court.
In a statement, Jackie Vandagriff's parents said this is the day they've waited more than 19 months for. However, it certainly doesn't ease any of the grief over the loss of their daughter. Her convicted killer, Charles Bryant, today in court showed no reaction when the jury convicted him of murder and then sentenced him to life in prison. Now, during closing arguments for the sentencing phase, prosecutors brought up the fact that Charles Bryant had a stalking incident with a previous girlfriend and that investigators had also discovered child pornography on his phone. Two additional reasons they told jurors to sentence him to the max of life in prison. After the verdict was read, Vandagriff's family, who sat through days of horrific and graphic testimony surrounding her murder, shared that they are starting an endowment at TWU in Denton, where Jackie went to school, to, in their words, build on her legacy of kindness and compassion.
What would Jackie say if we could talk to her? We believe she would say, "Remember me. Remember my hopes and dreams for the future and my plans to get there."
It was a hard case. It was hard for the state. It was hard for the defense. But I think that our system works.
Bryant's attorneys added they have already appealed the decision. He also was convicted of 20 years in prison for tampering with evidence. That will be served at the same time that this life sentence that the jury handed down this afternoon. Live in Tarrant County, David Goins, Channel 8 News.
Charles Bryant is eligible to be considered for parole after serving 20 years of his life sentence. That is not a guaranteed release. It is a hearing, a review, a decision that will be made by people who will look at everything he did and everything he is and determine whether he should ever be permitted to walk freely in the world again. Time will tell what that decision looks like. Jackie Vandagriff was 24 years old with an entire life stretched out in front of her. She was studying to help people feel well in their own bodies. She was the kind of friend who met you exactly where you were, no performance required. She had started gymnastics at 3 years old and had never stopped reaching for the next thing. She was someone's Jackie squared. She was the smartest person her best friend had ever known. She left a beautiful legacy in the people she loved and who loved her back. Her family established an endowment at Texas Woman's University in Jackie's name, building, in her own words and her own field, on what her friend described as her beautiful legacy of kindness and compassion. Her uncle asked what Jackie would say to us now if she could. He believed she would say, "Remember me. Remember my hopes and my dreams for the future. Remember the plans I was making to get there. So remember her." Not as a case number, not as a crime scene photograph, not as a headline, but as a 24-year-old woman who walked into a bar on a Tuesday evening in September with hope in her chest and everything still ahead of her. That is who she was, and that is who she deserves to be remembered as. If this story affected you, and I believe if you've made it this far, it has, please share it. Pass it on. These victims deserve to be remembered by far more than a case number, and every person who learns Jackie's name keeps a part of her story alive in the way she deserved. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I read every single one of them, and this community means everything to this channel. Thank you for watching Classified Real Crime Files. I'll see you in the next episode. Wisconsin, Washington County, Hartford. A quiet, tight-knit community of around 14,000 people where neighbors know each other by name, and up until the summer of 2013, the last murder had been nearly 30 years ago. Jessie Blodgett was 19 years old, a college sophomore, a daughter, a teacher, a performer who lit up every stage she stepped onto. Her parents, Joy and Buck, watched her grow into someone who wanted to change the world and was already doing it. One piano lesson, one song, one student at a time. One morning in July 2013, Joy came home to a silent house. She went upstairs, she opened her daughter's bedroom door, and the world as she knew it ended. Jessie had been murdered in her own bed, and somebody who knew her, somebody who had been inside that house, had done it. Was it one of the men from her theater cast, someone from her circle of friends, or the ex-boyfriend who had been by her side all along? Before we dive in, hit subscribe, drop a like, leave a comment, because by the end of this documentary, you'll know exactly how you can help stop this from happening to someone else. Now let's get into it. The Mourner, a Jessie Blodgett story. Jessie Marietta Blodgett was 19 years old and in her second year at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee studying theater. But calling her a theater student barely scratches the surface of who this young woman was. From the very beginning, Jessie operated on a different level. Her dad, Buck, used to tell a story about her first grade class. While the other kids were learning to spell words like and the, Jessie was spelling metamorphosis. Her teacher had to build a completely separate curriculum just to keep up with her. She excelled in musical education and had been offered a talent scholarship for it. Acting, musical theater, playing instruments, composing her own songs, anything that let her create, Jessie threw herself into completely. And she never rested on her natural gifts. No one pushed Jessie harder than Jessie pushed herself. Her big dream was to become a choir director because she genuinely believed, not as a cliche, but as a conviction, that music had the power to change lives. While she worked toward that dream, she was already building a life around it. She started her own small business teaching piano, voice, and violin to children in Hartford. Within just a couple of months, she had nearly 30 students. Every summer she volunteered with the Central Middle School Orchestra program. She was passionate about sustainability, the environment, and, something that would become painfully ironic, violence against women. She worked every spare hour she had. By the summer of 2013, Jessie was in full bloom. She was performing the lead fiddle role in a local production of Fiddler on the Roof. Opening weekend had just wrapped, and every seat had been filled. The audience had loved it. The cast was riding high. On Sunday, July 14th, the cast gathered to celebrate. A pool party at someone's house, complete with a pen full of llamas out back. Jessie was filmed laughing at the poolside, getting her photo taken with the llamas, smiling and happy, and completely at ease. But when Jessie came home alone around 1 in the morning, something had shifted. Her mom, Joy, noticed it right away. Jessie didn't say much. She didn't want to get into it. But she told her mother that some of the men at the party had been making passes at her, and she didn't understand why they always had to go there. She said 2 of her fellow cast members, both in their 40s, had made her uncomfortable. One of them had tried to pull her onto his lap. Jessie was upset enough that she wrote about it in her diary before she went to sleep. She closed the book, got into bed, and that was the last her mother would ever speak to her. The next morning, Joy crept into Jessie's room to drop off some laundry. Jessie was still in bed, still asleep, or so it seemed. She had been working so hard all summer, and Joy didn't want to disturb her. She quietly closed the door and left for work. She returned home just after midday. The house was still. Silent in a way that didn't feel right. Jessie had a piano student due at 12:30. When that student knocked on the door and got no answer, Joy went looking. She called out for Jessie. Nothing. She went upstairs to her bedroom and opened the door. Jessie was completely still. Joy said her name again. No response. The bed, usually messy the way a busy teenager's bed always is, was perfectly clean. The blanket was wrapped around her neatly, too neatly. Joy walked around to the other side, and something felt deeply wrong. She reached out to gently move her daughter. That's when she saw that Jessie was blue.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Hartford 911, what's the location of your emergency? My daughter is blue. I went to wake her up, and I just got home from lunch, and she won't wake up. Okay, so is she breathing? I don't think so, no. Jessie, she's cold. She's cold? She's cold. Oh my God. Her pants are all wet, and she's got, it looks like strangulation marks. There are strangulation marks? That's what it looks like. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Honey. 1, 2. Oh, no. No. Honey, no. No.
When investigators arrived, the picture that emerged was one of deliberate, calculated violence. Jessie had ligature marks around her neck and deep abrasions on both her wrists and ankles, consistent with being tightly restrained. She had been strangled to death, and then, and this is a detail that speaks to the coldness of whoever did this, her killer had washed her. Her hair and clothes were still damp hours later. She had been cleaned up and placed back in her bed, positioned to look like she was simply sleeping. There were no signs of forced entry anywhere in the house. No broken windows, no damaged doors. Nothing had been ransacked. Police found a roll of tape under Jessie's bed that matched the marks on her body, and it had not belonged to the Blodgett household. It had been brought there. Investigators estimated she had been killed around 9 in the morning after her parents had left for work. Everything about the crime scene pointed in one very clear direction. This was not a random break-in. Whoever did this knew the house. They knew Jessie's routine. They knew her parents' schedules. They had come prepared. And after they killed her, they stayed long enough to stage the scene. That kind of composure, that deliberateness. It doesn't come from a stranger acting on impulse. This was personal. Investigators noted that before Jessie's death, Hartford had not seen a murder in nearly 30 years. The community was shaken to its core. But police were careful to state publicly that they did not believe there was an ongoing threat.
News, Christina Palladino is live in Hartford tonight. And Christina, police gave an update on the investigation, but it's providing little comfort.
Yeah, the latest from the Hartford Police Department here tonight is an email that we got on our phones earlier today. They had no updates on the investigation, but they did want to stress to the community there is no threat here in the Hartford area. Now, I spoke with several of Jessie Blodgett's friends tonight. They tell me she had no enemies, and they are trying to understand how this could have happened to her. Showing off her piano playing skills with her close pals was something Jessie Blodgett and this group of friends used to always do. But the last week and a half has been devastating to get through. They're in disbelief of Jessie's murder, and they're sticking close together.
She definitely made whoever she was talking to feel like they were the only person in the room.
Jacqueline was one of Jessie's best friends growing up together in Hartford. In fact, Jessie's parents asked her to paint this portrait of Jessie for her funeral. Jacqueline tells me she stayed up all night to do it.
I wanted to paint her. I've always wanted to paint her, so it was definitely a work of love.
Jacqueline and her friends say learning of Jessie's murder was shocking. The 19-year-old was found dead in her bed by her mother more than a week ago with strangulation marks to her neck. She had come home from a cast party for the local production of Fiddler on the Roof hours before. Police have only said they're in the process of an active investigation and that the public is not in danger. Jeremy Zellman is another friend from Hartford and studied music with Jessie at UW-Milwaukee.
I was just sort of in denial, I think. I mean, just because I can't imagine anybody who would wish anything ill against Jessie.
And according to court documents, police have interviewed at least one person of interest. Several search warrants were returned yesterday, but they have now been sealed. An autopsy on Jessie was completed, but it's not being released at this time. We're live at the Hartford Police Department. Christina Palladino, WISN 12 News.
They weren't looking for a predator hunting at random. They were looking for someone who knew Jessie Blodgett. The men Jesse had complained about the night of the party, including the one who had tried to pull her onto his lap, were interviewed. Both denied involvement. Both had their phones tracked, and both were confirmed to be far from the Blodgett house at the time of the murder. They were cleared. Investigators spoke to people at Jesse's workplaces as well. Everyone checked out. The leads were drying up. And then, 7 miles away in a park in Richfield, another crime scene was about to blow this case wide open. Just days before Joy had walked into Jesse's bedroom and found her daughter, a woman named Melissa had been out walking her dog in a park in nearby Richfield when she was attacked from behind by a man with a knife. Melissa didn't freeze. She grabbed the blade, cutting her own hands in the process, and fought back hard enough that her attacker panicked and fled, jumping into a van and speeding away. It cost Melissa 15 stitches, but she was alive. And once she was out of the hospital, she was ready to help investigators catch him. The detective who handled her interview later called her the best witness he had ever worked with. She could recall everything: his face, his build, what he was wearing, exactly where his vehicle had been parked, every detail of the attack. She walked the officers through it all with extraordinary clarity. The description of the vehicle rang a bell for one officer who regularly patrolled that park. He had clocked that same van in the parking lot several weeks before the attack. Something about it had felt off to him at the time, so he had run the plates, but nothing had come back suspicious, so he had moved on. Now he had to find it. The vehicle was registered to a couple in their 40s. Neither of them matched Melissa's description of the attacker, but their son did. His name was Daniel Bartelt. He was 19 years old. Police called him in. He agreed to come to the station, and interestingly, he didn't even ask what it was about. And where was Daniel when he got that call? He was at the Blodgett house, at Jesse's memorial, crying with her friends, consoling her grieving parents, talking more than anyone else there, according to people who were present. What detectives didn't know yet, what nobody had thought to flag, was that Daniel Bartelt was Jesse Blodgett's ex-boyfriend. The two of them had been inseparable in high school. They sat next to each other every single day. They were both theater kids, both musicians, both the kind of creative, driven people who just made sense together. They had dated for several months, written music together, and just 2 months before Jesse's death, they had recorded a song together that she posted to her YouTube channel. Daniel had been the one to end the relationship, but they had stayed friends. When he dropped out of college after just 1 semester and came back to Hartford, Jesse noticed he seemed different. The funny, outgoing, ambitious boy she had known had come home quieter, flatter, something heavy sitting behind his eyes. She was worried about him. She kept in touch. And as they spent more time together again, it became common knowledge among their friend group that Daniel wanted to rekindle things. Everyone could see it. But Jessie was happy being single. She loved him as a friend, and that was where she wanted to keep it. None of this had surfaced yet when detectives sat down across from Daniel for the first time. He was quiet, long silences, vague answers. Detective Joel Clausing asked him to walk through his day on the Friday of the park attack. Daniel said he couldn't remember the specifics. He had some cuts and marks on his hands and arms. He said they were from a work shift. Police gave him a chance to come clean. That's when Daniel admitted he had lost that job a while ago. So the marks didn't come from work. More silence, more lies layering on top of each other. Eventually, he admitted what the evidence already told them. He had attacked Melissa in that park. Detective Clausing later described Daniel as clearly highly intelligent and deeply self-aware, and said he made his skin crawl. Daniel was placed under arrest for the attack on Melissa. But the interviews were far from over, because then detectives started asking him about Jessie. Detectives asked Daniel where he had been the day Jessie's body was found. He told them he was at the Blodgett house, which they already knew. They played it straight, told him they were sorry for his loss, asked if he had been close to her. Daniel hung his head, said he couldn't believe that someone had raped and murdered her. The detective stopped, At that moment, Jesse's body was still being fully examined. The sexual assault had not yet been confirmed. Nobody outside that crime scene had that information. Not the press, not the public, not even the investigators sitting in that room. But it was true. Jesse had been raped. And Daniel Bartelt had just told them. He had walked into that station completely confident he would be in and out. When his friends showed up outside to give him a ride home, officers were already waiting for them. "We can't release Dan," they were told. "He's being detained." His friends couldn't process it. There had to be some mistake. There was no mistake. Back in the interview room, Daniel began to give ground, slowly, selectively. He admitted he had been inside the Blodgett home in the weeks before Jesse's death. He claimed Jesse had made advances toward him, but because he was in a new relationship, he hadn't wanted anyone to know. Detectives didn't buy it. He told them that on the morning of the murder, he had been driving around in his parents' car, still keeping up the pretense of having a job. He said he had stopped at a park. Surveillance footage confirmed it. And the park bins he had been seen walking around had not yet been emptied. Inside, investigators pulled out a cereal box stuffed with ropes, bloody tissues, and the same tape that had been used to bind Jesse Blodgett. A search of Daniel's bedroom turned up more rope, more tape. DNA from both Daniel and Jesse was found on the evidence. His DNA was found under Jesse's fingernails, and the DNA evidence confirmed without any doubt that he had raped her.
New at 10, hundreds gathered tonight to mourn the loss of a murdered Hartford teenager, 19-year-old Jesse Blodgett. The entire community paid tribute to Jesse's life at Westside Park.
I will see you again. Whoa.
I'm Nick Bohr in Hartford, where police here have announced an arrest in the murder 2 weeks ago of 19-year-old Jessie Blodgett. The local actress was found strangled to death in her home here in Hartford. A 19-year-old Hubertus man has been arrested. Police, though, are not giving any additional information as to who he is, although I have spoken with the district attorney. He tells me he expects to file charges, and the suspect will be in court tomorrow.
When investigators went through Daniel's laptop, the search history read like a blueprint for what he had done. Serial killers ranked by victim count, spree killers, strangulation, snuff films.
New at 6, opening statements started today in Daniel Bartelt's murder trial.
Jesse Blodgett's mom was the first person to take the stand in this trial.
When you would see Dan at the house on those 3 occasions, did Jesse and Dan appear to enjoy each other's company and be having a good time making music?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
When I entered the bedroom, I observed a female, later identified as the mother, Joy, doing CPR on another female body.
Police shot video of Jesse's room that day. The Blodgetts held each other close as prosecutors showed it in court. We won't show it here, but it included video of Jesse's body and the marks around her neck. The defense fought hard to keep that from jurors, but lost.
Correct. I don't think it's being offered for the purposes of exciting the passions of the jury, but rather for the purpose of assisting the jury in understanding the crime scene.
A detective took the stand for the second day in a row to talk about a video found on Bartelt's laptop. It's called "Poor Girl Raped and Strangled to Death." Investigators also thought it was telling that on the day Jesse died, it appears Bartelt tried to delete a video of Jesse from his computer. It's called Jesse's Song.
Did you find anything with regard to Jesse's song?
Yes, it was in unallocated clusters.
And what was in there?
The song file was sitting within the deleted files.
Assistant District Attorney Sandra Giernoth shows the jurors evidence found at a nearby park where she says Bartelt went after the alleged struggle and homicide took place. Bartelt's defense calls it circumstantial evidence.
These pieces of evidence alone are not sufficient. There are other reasonable explanations for those.
The prosecution is trying to link it to Bartelt. In Hartford, Ben Hutchison, WISN 12 News.
Daniel pleaded not guilty. His legal team had almost nothing to work with. The evidence was overwhelming. DNA, the murder kit, the laptop. The moment he revealed the sexual assault before anyone else knew, there was no credible alternative theory to offer the jury. It took 3 hours.
The jury find the defendant, Daniel Bartelt, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in the information.
Well, Mike, while that guilty verdict came as no surprise to many people, it didn't make it any less emotional in the court. Families from both sides tell me tonight their hearts are heavy.
It's not a good day for anybody.
That's how the father of Jesse Blodgett describes the verdict after a heartbreaking trial. Daniel Bartelt was charged in the murder of his 19-year-old friend last summer. The guilty verdict coming after just 3 hours of deliberations. Buck Blodgett spoke briefly as he left the courtroom, fighting back tears.
Nobody won. Dan's family is a beautiful family who provided a loving environment. They're great people. I feel horrible for them today.
Including his DNA.
Jesse's screaming to us. She's screaming to us. She's telling us a story. His DNA is all under her fingernails, under her left hand, on her right hand.
Defense attorney Gary Schmaus argued evidence may have been contaminated and the state hadn't proved its case. Schmaus called this case a tragedy for both sides.
I just have compassion for both the Blodgett family and the Bartelt family for the very, very difficult ordeal that they've been through.
The jury found Daniel Bartelt guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the attack on Melissa, he received a 5-year prison sentence with an additional 5 years of supervised release. A sentence that was widely and publicly criticized as far too lenient given what he had done. Buck Blodgett was given just a few minutes to speak, and the words he chose were powerful. Jesse's family and Daniel's family had been supporting each other through the grief of what had happened. The Blodgetts understood in their own way that 2 young people had been lost.
Buck, Joy, I can't give you the answers that you're looking for. You say how you count the days and the hours, and I do too. I have every day. There's no hiding from yourself in a tiny concrete cell. I have a disgustingly innate ability to lie to myself that I have exercised far too many times in my life, but I refuse to hurt someone other than myself by doing that. This jumpsuit that I'm wearing, these shackles that I'm put in, don't make me guilty. And I know there's evidence that I can't refute that would make you believe that I am guilty.
1 month after Jesse's murder, 500 people gathered in Hartford for a candlelight vigil. And out of that night, something was born. Joy and Buck Blodgett founded the Love is Greater Than Hate Project, a nonprofit dedicated to ending violence against women and girls.
One look in her eye told me that all hope was gone, and Jesse was gone too.
That's the moment Buck Blodgett's life changed. A simple exchange with his wife the day his daughter was killed in July of 2013. Now he shares their heartbreak with others.
When this happened to Jess, I started self-educating, and I had no idea how prevalent this is and how violent it often is.
Her family started the Love is Greater Than Hate project.
People were just pouring out their hearts to us. It was unbelievable, indescribable, and it's still going on. 15 months later, it's crazy.
The goal is to talk to schools and groups of people, urging them to take a pledge against male-on-female violence. The community is rallying together.
This has been a devastating blow, but honey, your strength is in me too, and love will always be stronger than hate.
Jessie Blodgett wanted to be a choir director. She wanted to use music to change the world. She didn't get the decades she deserved to do that. But through her parents, through the project they built out of the wreckage of losing her, her voice is still out there, in classrooms, in prisons, in the hearts of people who hear her story and choose, as her family chose, love over hate. North Carolina, Wake County, Raleigh. A man wakes up covered in blood, a knife on the bed, his wife dead on the floor. He calls 911. He thinks he did it, but he's not sure. He was dreaming.
I have blood all over me, and there's a bloody knife on the bed, and I think I did it. I had a dream, and then I turn on the lights, and she's dead on the floor.
He took too much cold medicine, Kouri, something you pick up at any pharmacy for a few dollars. That was his defense.
She was laying on her stomach in the floor. He was sitting on her back, stabbing her.
Stabbing someone 123 times. That makes it a lot harder to blame it on just about anything.
But he cleaned up before he made that call. His wife had his hair in her fist when they found her, and a neighbor told police he once said, casually, that he could just take her gun and kill someone if he wanted to. Cold medicine didn't do this. Hit subscribe, drop a like, and tell me in the comments where you're watching from. It really helps the channel so more people can find this story. We are starting now. Welcome to today's episode, The Killer Priest, the Lauren Phelps case. In the early hours of a Friday morning in September 2017, a phone call was made to 911 in Raleigh, North Carolina. On the other end of the line was a man named Matthew Phelps. His voice was shaking. He told the dispatcher that he thought he had killed his wife. He wasn't sure.
I think I killed my...
What do you mean by that? What happened?
I had a dream, and then I turn on the lights and she's dead on the floor.
How?
I have blood all over me, and there's a bloody knife on the bed, and I think I did it. I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
Are you with the patient now?
Yeah, I can see her.
Is she awake at all right now? What makes you think she's dead? Is she awake?
She's not breathing.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, do you think she is beyond any help?
I don't know. I'm too scared to get too close to her.
Okay, when did you wake up?
I don't know. I took more medicine than I should have.
What medicine did you take?
I took Kouri, cough and cold, because I know it can make you feel good, so a lot of times I can't sleep at night.
Can you see her from where you're at?
Yeah, it's so bad. There's so much blood.
We're gonna leave.
The blood is dried on me.
It's dried?
The blood's not wet on me. The blood is dry. Oh my God. I mean, I can see her, but oh my God. No, he didn't deserve this.
He had just woken up, but there was blood everywhere, on his hands, on his skin, dried into his clothes, and on the bed in front of him there was a knife. His wife Lauren was lying on the bedroom floor, and she wasn't moving. Police and emergency services arrived quickly. They found 29-year-old Lauren Ashley Nicole Phelps curled on the floor in a fetal position, her body bearing the marks of a devastating attack. She was rushed to WakeMed Hospital, but the doctors who received her could do nothing. Lauren was already gone. Back at the townhouse on Patuxent Drive, investigators began the painstaking work of piecing together what had happened. They collected evidence from every corner of the home. Among the items they found was an empty packet of Kouri, an over-the-counter cough and cold medicine. Matthew had already mentioned it on the 911 call. He had said he'd taken more than he should have, that he had a dream, that when he woke up Lauren was just there, on the floor, and the blood had already dried on him. It was a story that would, in the weeks and months that followed, divide opinion, generate headlines across the country, and lead investigators deeper into the private life of a couple that, to most people who knew them, had seemed like any other young pair trying to build a life together. Lauren Ashley Nicole Hugelmeyer was born on the 9th of June, 1988, in Los Angeles, California. She was the daughter of Lori and Dale Hugelmeyer, and she grew up alongside two sisters, Beth and Brianna. with whom she shared an extraordinarily close bond. The family eventually relocated to Kentucky, where Lauren spent her teenage years surrounded by people who loved her and a community that embraced her. Later, the family moved again, this time to North Carolina. Lauren graduated from Swain County High School and went on to earn a place at Appalachian State University, a milestone her family celebrated with enormous pride. She was driven, warm, and purposeful, someone who understood from an early age that she wanted her life to mean something. After university, Lauren built a life in North Carolina that reflected who she was. She became deeply involved in her church community, eventually teaching Sunday school and supporting children's and youth ministries at Hope Lutheran Church, a large congregation serving over 600 families in the area. She worked professionally as an auditor for a company that ran drug trials and research for pharmaceutical and medical technology firms. She also started working on the side as an independent consultant for Sensei, a fragrance-based multi-level marketing company. For Lauren, it wasn't just about the products or the income. It was about the connection, talking to people, building relationships, creating a community around something she believed in. She had nephews whom she adored, and they adored her right back. They called her Aunt Neen. She had a dog named Cooper, who she treated like a full member of the family. She had ambitions, friendships, and a future she was actively shaping, one careful decision at a time. Lauren Hugelmeyer was not someone drifting through life. She was someone building it.
Hi, I'm Lauren, your Scentsy independent consultant. Thank you so much for joining me for this Facebook party. I just want to show you an inside scoop about what my favorite Scentsy things are.
It was after graduating from university that something unexpected happened. Lauren was on Instagram one day when she noticed she had received a number of new likes on her photos from an account she didn't recognize, someone she didn't follow. There was also a direct message from the same person. When she looked more closely, she realized she actually did know him. His name was Matthew Phelps, and they had crossed paths years earlier back in Kentucky. She replied, and something began. Matthew and Lauren started talking, first casually, a few messages here and there, the easy reconnection of two people who shared a past. But the conversations grew longer and more frequent, and the connection between them deepened into something neither had necessarily expected. They had a great deal in common. They were similar in age, both were religious. Both loved Star Wars, and both, it seemed, had genuinely fallen for the other. Matthew Phelps had graduated from Clear Creek Baptist Bible College in 2011 in Pineville, Kentucky, where he had studied mission and evangelism. He was soft-spoken, church-going, and spoke openly about his faith. He agreed to relocate to North Carolina to be closer to Lauren, and the two moved in together in Raleigh, choosing a beautiful townhouse on Patuxent Drive with a well-kept lawn and trees lining the street outside. They were settling down. They were building something. Matthew's day job was in lawn care, but he had larger ambitions. He was training to become a pastor, a natural extension of the degree he had earned years earlier. And both he and Lauren had become active, dedicated members of Hope Lutheran Church together. From the outside, it looked like a love story. Lauren's mother, Lori, adored Matthew. She said she had come to see him like a son of her own. Every Tuesday night, Lauren and Matthew would join her parents for dinner, a routine that became one of the small, reliable rhythms of their shared life. By November 2016, they were married. The wedding was joyful. It reflected who they were as a couple. They incorporated their shared love of Star Wars, posing for photographs, each holding a lightsaber, laughing. Lauren had everything she had been working toward: a partner, a home, a community, a future. But after the wedding, things began to shift. Lauren had always been financially disciplined. When she and Matthew first began dating, she had over $10,000 saved in her account. She was careful, forward-thinking, and methodical, a reflection of her professional life as an auditor. Matthew, however, had a different relationship with money. And as the months passed, The extent of that difference became harder and harder for Lauren to ignore. Matthew had developed what people close to the couple described as an addiction to spending. He was purchasing Xbox subscriptions, thousands of dollars in iTunes gift cards, and running up large bills at electronics stores. Friends of Lauren said he had begun stealing money from her purse. Their joint checking account had been drained. The couple had planned a trip together to Orlando, a shared dream. But Matthew repeatedly emptied their savings before they could go. By the time of her death, Lauren had less than $1,000 to her name. She spoke to her friends and family about it. She asked for advice, tried to have difficult conversations with Matthew, tried to make him understand the pressure he was putting them under. Nothing seemed to work. And underneath the financial stress, there was something else, a growing fear about the state of their marriage more broadly. Matthew had also never stopped abusing cough medicine. He had started using it as a teenager, so much so that he had been suspended from school for it, and rather than leaving it behind, his use had continued and worsened into adulthood. Kouri Richins, specifically. He had told the 911 dispatcher that he took it because it made him feel good and helped him sleep. By 2017, the marriage that had seemed so promising barely a year earlier was fraying badly. Lauren had begun to confide in people close to her that she was considering leaving. On the night she died, her sister Beth had spoken with her 5 times. Lauren had told Matthew she suspected he was cheating on her. She had told him she was done. Lauren's sister would later say that she believed Matthew's decision was made the moment he understood Lauren was serious, that he made a choice that night, that Lauren was not going to leave him, even if it meant he had to make sure she couldn't.
We first brought you as breaking news this morning. Police say the victim in that crime is now dead. Officers found 29-year-old Lauren Ashley Nicole Phelps with stab wounds at the Glen of Riverside complex just off of Perry Creek Road. That happened just after 1 a.m. Crews took her to Wake Med. That's where she died. 28-year-old Matthew James Phelps, her husband, is charged with murder.
As investigators dug deeper into Matthew Phelps, the portrait that emerged was far more complicated than the grieving husband who had called 911 in apparent shock and disbelief. Matthew had an Instagram account under a pseudonym, the name Marty Radical. On this account, he posted photographs of himself dressed all in black. The profile picture was of the lead character from the film American Psycho, a story about a man who kills indiscriminately. Matthew had not only posted scenes from the film, he had posed as the character himself. Investigators also discovered a Tumblr account where Matthew had written about his dreams. He described a life filled with nightmares, night terrors, sleepwalking, hallucinations, and what he called controlled dreams, stating that these experiences had defined much of his life. But perhaps the most troubling discovery came from a neighbor. This woman had become friendly with Matthew through their shared experiences with anxiety and depression. During one of their conversations, Matthew had made a comment that she found deeply unsettling. He told her that if he wanted to, he could take her gun and kill someone. She had distanced herself from him after that. But after Lauren's death, she went straight to the investigators and told them what he had said. There was also the matter of Matthew's first marriage. Lauren and her family had known he had been married before to a woman named Brooke. Matthew had told Lauren that the marriage ended because Brooke had cheated on him during a Christian mission trip, meeting another man named David. His family corroborated this account, but investigators discovered a very different story. According to authorities, Matthew had been abusive toward Brooke. The final incident, the one that ended the marriage, involved Matthew grabbing his ex-wife by the hair and dragging her down a hallway. Matthew's lawyer denied this version of events, but it established a pattern that the prosecution would not forget.
Now Phelps is being held without bond. He is scheduled for his first court appearance this afternoon.
A lot coming up on that. We're here with our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, right now. Cold medicine.
Yeah, a very tough defense to suggest that somehow cold medicine made you do it. The first thing you'd have to do is be able to have some medical literature, right, which would back up the notion that cold medicine can lead to these kinds of violent episodes. And as far as we know, there's nothing to indicate that taking a normal amount of this kind of cough syrup could lead to this kind of violent tendencies. And someone might say, well, wait a sec, what if you took a lot more of it? Okay, maybe, but then it's more akin to alcohol, which is you drink too much of it, it's your responsibility. You've got to take responsibility for what happens if you abuse any kind of alcohol, drug, etc.
And when you listen to that 911 call, you can hear that he is clearly under the influence of something, or at least his voice sounds affected or impacted. What role will that call have in this case?
You know, I wonder whether it leads to a different kind of defense, which is not that the cold medicine made me do it, but that the cold medicine made me falsely confess. I mean, imagine for a moment if his argument is, I didn't do it, but I was under the influence at the time. I was just waking up, this and that. Now, they're going to look at other evidence.
Like blood, right? I mean,
right, yeah, they're going to look at other evidence. Maybe someone framed him, etc. My point is, look, we're talking about two long-shot defenses, right? The first super long-shot defense is cold medicine made me do it. The second long-shot defense could be, using it as some sort of excuse with regard to his confession. Either one is not an easy defense, but to me, the second one is a little bit more likely than the first.
The defense brought in expert support for this theory. A clinical pharmacist named Stephanie Ferrari noted that dextromethorphan, the active ingredient in Kouri and many other cold medicines, can, in high doses, cause hallucinations, dissociation, out-of-body experiences, and psychosis. She said that in her professional opinion, Matthew's claim was at least plausible. She was careful to note, though, that everything would depend on what else was in his system and what interactions might have taken place. Kouri manufacturer, meanwhile, stated publicly that there was no evidence linking their product to violent behavior.
Bayer, the makers of Kouri, telling ABC News it continually monitors adverse events regarding all of our products and that there is no evidence to suggest that Kouri is associated with violent behavior. Now, as Phelps, a former Bible college student, waits to be arraigned in court, a community coming to grips with the loss of a woman they describe as vibrant and gone too soon.
She's going to be terribly missed. It's a tragic situation. We'll keep her in our hearts forever.
Phelps, now charged with murder, made his first court appearance today.
You could receive the death penalty or life without the possibility of parole.
We have to ask everybody to withhold judgment in this particular case until we know more.
It wouldn't be the first time cold medicine has been used as a defense for murder. Louis Chen, a Seattle doctor, tried it last year and got the maximum prison sentence.
It seems like a desperate long shot, but it's theoretically possible if there's strong medical testimony to show that an extreme dose could cause an extremely violent reaction, and if there's no evidence whatsoever that the defendant had a motive to murder his wife.
Phelps has no criminal record. He can be heard sobbing during that 911 call.
He didn't deserve this. Why?
Why? A question Lauren Hugelmeyer's friends and family are undoubtedly wondering too.
The prosecution came prepared. They pointed out that documented cases of dextromethorphan-induced violent psychosis are exceptionally rare, and that even in such cases, the behavioral disturbances tend to be short-lived and disorganized. They argued that a prolonged, sustained attack, 123 stab wounds inflicted over an extended period of time, was incompatible with the kind of impaired, dissociated state Matthew was describing. Toxicology tests revealed that the level of cold medicine in Matthew's system at the time of the attack did not reach a toxic threshold. He had taken more than recommended, but not enough to support the claim of total incapacitation. And there was something else, something that the prosecution believed undermined Matthew's story more than any expert testimony ever could. Before he placed that 911 call, Matthew had cleaned himself up. Investigators used luminol to reveal patches of blood across the scene that had been wiped away. Someone had made a calculated effort to remove evidence before calling for help. That is not the behavior of a man who woke up confused and terrified. That is the behavior of a man who knew exactly what he had done.
Stabbing someone 123 times. That makes it a lot harder to blame it on just about anything.
Investigators say evidence suggests he cleaned himself up before placing that 911 call. According to court documents, Phelps has said he doesn't remember anything about his wife's death, and he has entered a plea of not guilty.
123 times?
123 times.
My goodness. Thank you.
Lauren, for her part, had not given up without a fight. When her body was examined, investigators found strands of hair clutched tightly in her hand. DNA testing confirmed they belonged to Matthew. She had fought back. She had struggled. The slash wounds on her arms told the same story. She had tried to defend herself, and in doing so, she had held on to the evidence that would help convict her killer.
Most people seem shocked by the number of the stab wounds, but it also means different things to different people. Now, in the North Raleigh neighborhood where the murder happened, few, if any, neighbors knew the couple who lived there very well. Lauren Hugelmeyer Phelps and her husband Matthew Phelps had been married less than a year, but hearing that a just-released autopsy showed she had been stabbed and cut 123 times elicited different viewpoints from those neighbors. Some say the number of knife wounds, 44 to the head, and the rest of the body supports Matthew Phelps' contention that he took cold medicine to sleep and then awoke covered with blood and seeing his wife dead. But others say it shows just the opposite, that it was a crime of hate and passion. One neighbor says either way, there's no excuse.
My feeling is you are in control of what you should be doing. It's just like I don't excuse somebody drinking a ton of liquor and then going out and driving. There is no excuse for this kind of behavior.
In the courtroom, Lauren's family sat with Lauren's friends, colleagues, and fellow church members. Over 50 people had come to support her. Many wore blue T-shirts printed with the words, "Lauren's Light." Others wore purple ribbons pinned to buttons bearing her photograph, purple for domestic violence awareness. Matthew Phelps had no supporters in the courtroom. When his attorney was asked where his family was, the answer was that they were too far away to attend. On the 4th of August 2018, more than a year after Lauren's death, Matthew Phelps stood before Superior Court Judge Paul Ridgway and entered a guilty plea to first-degree murder.
There has been hardly a dry eye in that courtroom this morning. The family has been going through this for more than a year. The crime happened back in September of 2017. So as you already said, Matthew Phelps made a plea early this morning. He admitted to not only killing his wife, Lauren, back in September of 2017, but he has made that plea to spend the rest of his life in prison on a first-degree murder charge. So now we want to take you into the courtroom because, as I said, this started early this morning. It has continued on. Now we're listening to the stories of Lauren's close family and friends. So before those victim statements were made and after Phelps made a plea, prosecutors admitted into evidence the knife they say Phelps stabbed Lauren more than 120 times with on September 1st of last year. Now, prosecutors say the two had, quote, a tumultuous relationship, also talking about how they were having troubles with finances, that Matthew Phelps was actually taking some of Lauren's money, spending $1,200 on the week of that murder on Xbox games and iTunes gift cards. So the victim statements that we've been hearing from are from both of Lauren's parents, both of her sisters, and other close family members and friends. We've been hearing stories about how Lauren loved photography, she loved Harry Potter, and she had love for God and faith in God. Now, again, there has hardly been a dry eye in that courtroom. While all of that is happening, Matthew Phelps, sitting with his attorneys, seemed to really not say anything and really not making any emotions.
Do you understand that you're pleading guilty to one offense? That's the offense of first-degree murder. It is a felony. It carries the maximum penalty of death or life without the possibility of parole. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you personally plead guilty to the charge I just described?
Yes, sir.
And did you in fact murder your wife, Lauren Hugelmeyer Phelps, by stabbing her multiple times?
Yes, sir.
It says you're going to plead guilty to the offense I just described. you'll be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole in the custody of North Carolina Division of Adult Correction.
Lauren Phelps was 29 years old when she died. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt. She was Aunt Ning to nephews who adored her. She was the woman who made videos on Facebook to share her enthusiasm for the products she believed in and the community she was building. She was someone who taught Sunday school and audited pharmaceutical trials and saved her money carefully and loved her dog and dreamed of starting a family. She was someone who, on the last night of her life, had finally decided to leave. For so many people, home is the safest place in the world. It is where you go when everything else is uncertain. For Lauren, it was the most dangerous place she could have been. The man who had stood in front of her father and promised to protect her was the same man who took everything from her on the floor of the bedroom they shared. Matthew Phelps will spend the rest of his life in prison. Lauren Phelps never got the rest of hers. California, Orange County. Stanton, a small enclave where front doors stayed unlocked, neighbors socialized on open patios, and children ruled the central courtyards. Samantha Runnion was 5 years old, a daughter, a first grader, a little girl who believed the world was safe. Her mother, Erin, had chosen the Smoke Tree condominium complex specifically because it felt safe, a place where a child could play outside and a parent could breathe. On the evening of July 15, 2002, Samantha was in the courtyard with her best friend, playing a board game just yards from her grandmother's front door. 6:30 p.m. A stranger pulled up. A 6-year-old watched. He told them he was looking for a lost puppy, and then he grabbed her. As he forced her into the car, Samantha looked back at her best friend and screamed 4 words, "Go get my grandma." Was this a random predator who had simply driven through the wrong street at the wrong moment? Or had he been watching? Someone who knew this complex, knew this courtyard, knew exactly where children played unsupervised, and when they found her body less than 24 hours later, 50 miles away, how had a killer this calculating been allowed to walk free before? Before we dive in, hit subscribe, drop a like, leave a comment. This case is the reason Amber Alerts now flash on freeway billboards across California. And by the end, you'll understand exactly how one 5-year-old's courage reshaped child safety law for millions of kids she would never meet. Now let's get into it. The Courtyard, a Samantha Runnion story. In the summer of 2002, this small enclave in Orange County was the kind of place where front doors stayed unlocked, neighbors socialized on open patios, and children ruled the central courtyards. It was safe. It was peaceful. It was exactly why Erin Runnion chose the Smoke Tree condominium complex to raise her 5-year-old daughter, Samantha. Samantha was a vibrant, imaginative first grader who loved sunflowers, superheroes, and princess gowns. Her favorite hero was Disney's Hercules, a poster of him hung proudly above her bed. But on July 15th, a real-world monster slipped into her sanctuary. It's 6:30 p.m. The evening sun is beginning to dip. Samantha and her best friend, 6-year-old Sarah, are sitting outside in the courtyard, happily playing a board game. Samantha's grandmother is just inside the apartment, a mere few yards away. The girls are laughing, entirely unaware of a pale green Ford Thunderbird slowly circling the block. The car pulls to a stop. A man steps out. He approaches the 2 little girls, using one of the oldest, most manipulative, predatory ruses in the book. He tells them he is looking for his missing puppy, a tiny chihuahua. Samantha, innocent and inherently helpful, steps forward. She asks him how big the puppy is. Without warning, the stranger lunges. He grabs Samantha, dragging her toward the idling car, but Samantha does not freeze. She fights with everything her small body possesses. She kicks, she screams, fracturing the quiet evening air. As she is forced into the vehicle, she looks back at her terrified best friend and shouts her final urgent words, "Go get my grandma." In an instant, the car speeds away, shattering a community, a family, and an era of innocence. The response from law enforcement is immediate and desperate. Every passing second matters. An intensive manhunt mobilizes local police and over 500 FBI agents. A detailed description of Samantha flashes across television screens. She was last seen wearing a white blouse, red checkered shorts, and pink sandals printed with green frogs.
Lured into a car by a stranger. One of the latest on the kidnapping in a live report. The child was reportedly kicking and screaming as the kidnapper grabbed her and threw her into his car. Right now, an intensive search is underway.
Samantha and another little girl were playing here on a small street in the Smoke Tree Townhomes complex. Around 6:30 this evening, a man drove up to the girls and asked them to help him find his puppy. When Samantha bent over to ask him about the size of the dog, he grabbed her and drove off. Samantha's grandmother was just around the corner, didn't see anything. Neighbors are shocked.
It's a small community. Everybody knows each other. Everybody trusts each other. I don't know what kind of sick person would do this. I mean, come up in here? What's wrong with them?
I'm absolutely shocked. I mean, personally, I never expected anything like this to happen in the community like this. Everybody around here basically watches out for each other, and when something like this happens, it's depressing and shocking at the same time.
But while the community grips itself in panic, investigators find an invaluable asset in 6-year-old Sarah. Despite witnessing an unimaginably traumatizing event, Sarah displays a remarkable, heroic clarity. Through her shock, she sits with a forensic artist and details the predator's face. Slicked back black hair, a dark mustache. She perfectly identifies the pale green color of the getaway vehicle. Within hours, Sarah's memory becomes the anchor of the investigation, resulting in a composite sketch that is blasted to every news outlet in Southern California. Officers block roads, stopping hundreds of vehicles matching the description. The entire region is looking for Samantha. The collective hope of a nation holds its breath. Parents tuck their children in behind newly locked doors, praying for a miracle. But just 24 hours later, 50 miles away, that hope is brutally shattered. A hang glider, soaring over a remote, wooded hillside near Lake Elsinore, along the Ortega Highway, spots something highly unusual in the brush. Investigators rush to the scene. It is the body of Samantha Runnion. She is just 1 week shy of her 6th birthday. The subsequent autopsy paints a horrific picture. Samantha had been brutally sexually assaulted and suffered severe blunt force trauma to the head. The official cause of death is determined to be mechanical asphyxiation via compression of the neck, but it is the staging of the crime scene that sends chills down the spines of seasoned federal agents. Samantha's body was not hidden. It wasn't buried. It was left entirely exposed in a graphic pose. FBI investigators realize they aren't looking for a panicked, impulsive kidnapper. They are hunting a calculated sexual predator, leaving a deliberate challenge, a calling card that says, "I am here, and I will strike again." The search for a missing child officially transforms into a hunt for a cold-blooded murderer. Taking to the media, an emotional Orange County Sheriff Michael Karina delivers an unprecedented, direct warning to the killer.
Don't sleep, don't eat, because we're coming after you. We will take every resource that's available to us to bring you to justice.
The break the police desperately need arrives almost immediately. Sarah's composite sketch is working. A local woman named Tammy stares at the drawing on her television and feels a wave of recognition. The face belongs to 27-year-old Alejandro Avila. Avila lives in an apartment complex in Lake Elsinore, barely 10 miles from the remote mountain ridge where Samantha's body was discarded. Law enforcement moves swiftly, taking Avila into custody. For 12 grueling hours, detectives interrogate the suspect. Avila presents a calm, unfazed exterior. He completely denies any involvement, and his mother provides him with an alibi. She insists that on the afternoon of July 15th, Avila was supposed to cook dinner for the family, but instead went shopping at a local mall. He is a gentle soul, she claims, incapable of violence. But digital footprints tell a radically different story. Detectives begin pulling Avila's financial records, ATM receipts, and gas station surveillance footage. A concrete, undeniable timeline begins to form, shattering his alibi. At 5:18 p.m. on the day of the murder, Avila withdraws cash from a Bank of America ATM in Lake Elsinore. Exactly 1 week later, investigators conduct a test drive, starting at that exact machine at the exact same minute to retrace the route. When factoring in Avila's subsequent gas station stops, the timeline fits with terrifying precision. The drive places Avila's pale green Ford Thunderbird right at the Smoke Tree condominium complex in Stanton at 6:17 p.m., mere minutes before Samantha was snatched from the courtyard. The route then tracks perfectly across Southern California, leading directly up into the Ortega Highway, where her body was dropped, before Avila finally checks into a Comfort Inn shortly before 9 p.m. The total distance? 202 miles, a journey that perfectly mirrors the window of Samantha's disappearance. While the digital timeline traps Avila geographically, it is the forensic science that seals his fate. Investigators return to the hillside dump site. Near Samantha's body, they locate clear tire impressions. Tire specialists compare the tracks to Avila's Ford Thunderbird. The match is identical. Next, forensic teams search Avila's apartment under a warrant. They discover a shoebox for a size 12 pair of athletic shoes purchased a year prior. The shoes themselves are missing. However, detectives pull gas station surveillance footage from the night of the murder. On Avila's feet are those exact missing athletic shoes, the same brand and size that matches a distinct shoe print left in the dirt next to Samantha's body. Then comes the definitive, irrefutable biological evidence. A thorough sweep of Avila's Thunderbird reveals trace DNA. The lab processes the samples and confirms a match to Samantha's genetic profile. The statistical probability of it belonging to anyone else, less than 1 in a trillion. But the most damning piece of evidence is discovered on Samantha herself. Beneath the fingernails of her small hands, forensic scientists harvest microscopic skin scrapings. It is the DNA of Alejandro Avila. The match carries a probability of 1 in 600 million. Samantha didn't just scream for help. She fought her attacker with everything she had, carving his identity under her fingernails and leaving investigators the ultimate key to lock him away. Furthermore, when detectives inspect Avila's body upon arrest, they find fresh, deep scratches on his legs and knees. His mother swears they are from a smooth, plastic children's safety gate at home. Forensics knows the truth. They are the battle scars of a 5-year-old fighting for her life. As the trial of Alejandro Avila begins in an Orange County courtroom, the defense attempts to attack the collection of the DNA evidence, labeling it unreliable and contaminated. But the prosecution is armed with far more than just forensics. They are about to expose a dark, systemic failure that allowed Avila to be on the streets in the first place. The court learns a shocking truth. Just 1 year prior, in 2001, Avila had been arrested and put on trial for the horrific sexual abuse of 2 young girls, the daughter and niece of his former girlfriend. He had been acquitted. Because there was no physical or forensic evidence in that case, it had come down to the children's words against his, and the jury let him walk free. Avila's own sister takes the stand, delivering chilling testimony. She recalls that after his acquittal, they were watching the thriller film Double Jeopardy. Avila turned to her and coldly bragged, "I could do anything I want to that little girl, and I can't be charged for it because of double jeopardy." He believed he was completely untouchable. The depth of Avila's depravity only worsens as digital forensic analysts present the contents of a computer seized from his residence. Though heavily deleted, investigators recover hundreds of illicit, highly abusive images of children. Even more disturbing is a recorded internet chat log dated July 14, 2002, at 4:43 a.m., just 26 hours before Samantha was kidnapped. Operating under the screen name Girl Lover, Avila was messaging an individual in Finland expressing his desire for young girls. When asked what it was like living in California, Avila typed out a sentence that would define his malicious intent. "I live 4,000 feet in the mountains where you can do anything to little kids." The prosecution's theory crystallizes for the jury. Avila was a highly dangerous active predator who frequented the Smoke Tree complex because his ex-girlfriend used to live just doors away from the Runnions. He knew the area. On July 15th, he returned to hunt, and when he took Samantha, he murdered her for one highly specific, calculating reason: to silence her, ensuring she could never stand in a courtroom and identify him the way his previous victims had. The defense makes a desperate bid for mercy, attempting to pivot the jury's attention from the monster in the courtroom to the environment that created him. They paint a harrowing picture of a generational cycle of violence, arguing that Avila's actions were the impulsive byproduct of an inherently broken, deeply traumatic upbringing. The jury is forced to listen to the grim reality of the Avila household, a family systemic in physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. When Avila was just a child, Child Protective Services stepped in, removing him and his siblings after his father, Raphael, was arrested for severe child abuse. But the violence only escalated. When Avila was 17, his father fatally shot a neighbor, later pleading guilty to manslaughter. The trauma followed the family across borders. Years later, Avila's brother, Juan, was discovered dead in Mexico, executed by a gunshot wound to the back of the neck. The defense argues that Avila was raised in a crucible of generational dysfunction, a child who was tied up and beaten, leaving him psychologically hollow. But for the jury, the tragic history of the father cannot erase the horrific choices of the son. The defense pleads for mercy, arguing that Avila's actions were the impulsive byproduct of a severely dysfunctional, abusive upbringing, noting his father was a convicted felon. But the jury shows no mercy. After 9 hours of deliberation, the verdict is read: guilty on all counts of kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder. The judge sentences Alejandro Avila to death, stating, "For the temporary gratification of his lust, the defendant destroyed an entire family's future. He has forfeited his right to live."
The fact of the matter is that one's down, but my baby's still gone. And there are still going to be children victimized if we don't do something to stop it. So I have to beg you all to help me make sure that we can stop these crimes against our children.
Alejandro Avila was sent to death row, his appeals permanently denied by the California Supreme Court. But for Samantha's mother, Erin Runnion, the end of the trial was not the end of the story. She refused to let her daughter's memory be defined solely by the tragedy on that hillside. In the wake of Samantha's murder, then Governor Gray Davis ordered an immediate, aggressive overhaul of the state's child abduction warning systems. For the first time, Amber Alerts were integrated directly into electronic freeway billboards across California. The impact was instant and monumental. The newly expanded system led to the immediate, safe recovery of dozens of abducted children in its first trials alone, including a young girl named Tamara Brooks, who later publicly thanked Erin for the sacrifice that directly saved her life. Erin channeled her grief into a lifelong mission, establishing the Joyful Child Foundation in Samantha's name. For over 2 decades, she has traveled across the country, advocating for stricter child protection laws and implementing interactive safety and self-defense programs for thousands of children. Her goal is simple: to break the cycle of violence and teach children exactly how to recognize danger, trust their instincts, and fight back, just like Samantha did.
If I could motivate all of those people who cried for Samantha, who cared for her, who were outraged, to show all of that energy to the children that we could still protect, then we could prevent these crimes from ever happening again. And that is what we are trying to do.
More than 100 children have been saved since California's launch of the Amber Alert system, including Tamara Brooks, who learned the history behind the statewide abduction alert for the first time today.
What a massive sacrifice that was taken, which saved my life. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart that it takes horrible moments like this for good to come out of it.
Erin went to Sacramento, Washington, and anywhere else she needed to go to get laws changed.
Part of the reason I think I have managed to continue this work for 20 years is because I know that most parents can't. And as long as I can, I try to be a voice for Samantha and for every child who needs one.
Just about any child protection legislation you can name, from keeping predators away from kids to sexual exploitation on the internet. Erin and her foundation have had a hand in getting them passed.
I like to think that it wasn't for nothing. A lot of children have been protected because of her.
Erin Runnion has transformed an unbearable tragedy into an enduring shield for millions of American children. For over 20 years, she has walked the halls of state capitals and Washington, D.C., heavily influencing almost every major piece of child safety legislation passed in the modern era, from tracking online predators to establishing strict child abuse prevention programs. Erin frequently shares Samantha's story, not to dwell on the horror, but to expose the urgent need to break the cycle of violence before it yields more monsters. Her capacity for grace is staggering. She has openly stated that her path to processing this nightmare was acknowledging the abuse Avila suffered as a child, using that understanding to fuel her advocacy for all children. Samantha Runnion was a little girl who loved superheroes, completely unaware that she would become one. She left behind a legacy bright enough to rewrite federal law and build a nationwide movement. Samantha is no longer just a victim of a terrible crime. She is the voice, the strength, and the guardian angel for every single child who walks a safer street today because her mother refused to let her light fade. August 2nd, 2016. A 30-year-old woman laces up her running shoes, snaps a quick selfie, and heads out for an evening jog in her own neighborhood. She never comes home. Karina Vetrano was by every account extraordinary, a master's degree educated speech pathologist, a writer, a firecracker who squeezed every single drop out of life. Her father, a retired 9/11 firefighter, begged her not to go out alone that evening. She told him not to worry. Less than an hour later, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. That night, deep inside a pitch-black marshland in Queens, Phil Vetrano's worst nightmare became real. He found his daughter himself. What followed was one of the most gripping murder investigations in New York City history. A killer with no record, a DNA profile with no match, 100 detectives, federal drones, $300,000 in reward money. And the one break that cracked the entire case wide open came from a cop who never forgot a face. If this is your first time here, hit subscribe and leave a like. Stories like this one are what we do. And if something about this case stays with you, drop a comment. Let's begin. Deranged Predator, the Karina Vetrano story. In the close-knit neighborhood of Howard Beach, Queens, the midsummer heat was heavy. Karina Vetrano was 30 years old, vivacious, driven, and highly accomplished. She held a master's degree from St. John's University and spent her days working as a speech pathologist in Manhattan, dedicating her energy to helping children with autism. Friends described her as a firecracker, a creative writer and blogger who lived every single day to its absolute maximum. Running was her release. Typically, Karina never ran alone. She was almost always accompanied by her father, Phil, a retired New York City firefighter who had been among the first responders at the Twin Towers on September 11th. But on this particular Tuesday, Phil was sidelined by a severe back injury. Around 5 p.m., Karina decided to head out anyway. Her route would take her into Spring Creek Park, a sprawling 2-square-mile federal nature reserve just blocks from her family home. A dense, marshy landscape dominated by overgrown reeds and thick weeds that regularly reached over 10 feet high. Phil felt a sudden prickle of anxiety. He told her he didn't think it was a good idea for her to go alone. Karina smiled, told her father not to worry, and said she would be fine. Moments before leaving, she paused to snap a quick selfie on her phone. Her mother, Kathy, can be seen walking in the background. It was the last photograph ever taken of her alive. By 5:45 p.m., less than an hour after she walked out the door, Phil was overcome by an intense, unshakable gut feeling that something was terribly wrong. 2 hours passed. Karina still had not returned. Her phone rang out continuously, going straight to voicemail. Frantic, Phil called a childhood friend who worked as a high-ranking official within the NYPD. By nightfall, a standard missing persons report had transformed into a massive, desperate search operation. Officers from the 106th Precinct began moving blindly through the dense, pitch-black marshland. The weeds were so thick and towering that searchers had to deploy machetes just to clear a path. Phil refused to sit at home. He joined the search party, pushing into the brush alongside the officers, using location pings from Karina's cell phone to guide their steps. At 10:30 p.m., a blood-curdling scream pierced the night air. It was Phil. Deep in a marshy clearing, roughly 15 feet off the main running trail, he had stumbled upon his daughter. Karina was lying face down in the dirt. Officers had to physically pull the retired firefighter away from the scene so forensic investigators could preserve what little evidence remained. The crime scene was brutal. Karina's clothing had been severely disturbed, indicating a clear sexual assault. Her body was covered in severe deep tissue bruising and extensive abrasions, but the physical evidence also told an incredible story of resistance. Karina Vetrano had not gone down easily. The medical examiner revealed she had put up what police termed a ferocious fight against her attacker until her very last breath. She had fought with such desperate intensity that she bit her assailant with enough force to fracture 2 of her own teeth. Her fingernails were packed with trace elements of skin, and one hand was still tightly gripping a clump of uprooted dirt and grass. A clear sign she had been dragged violently from the path into the reeds while fighting for her life. The cause of death was ruled as homicide via manual strangulation. The killer had compressed her neck with such immense force that the distinct physical outline of a handprint was bruised visibly into her skin. The murder sent a shockwave of terror through Howard Beach. This wasn't a dark alleyway late at night. This was an active, bright summer afternoon in a community space. The NYPD immediately categorized the killer as a severe, active threat to the public.
It's one of the most intense and difficult crime scene searches in recent years. The view from Chopper 2 shows the demanding scope of the task.
We have a very active crime scene in a very remote area. So we're searching this as best we can in a very tough condition. The grass is very high. We're using machetes to search for additional evidence wherever we go.
Thursday, dozens of detectives fanned across Howard Beach, interviewing landscapers and home improvement workers.
They're just asking us what time we shut up and were you working Tuesday. They want this guy, whoever he is. I hope they get him.
Tonight, teams of search crews continue to tackle the dense weeds 300 feet at a time. First, hacking away by hand with machetes. They don't want to damage any possible clues as they clear the area.
We're clearing a very vast area in the back adjacent to the crime scene, and we're conducting a search for evidence.
A dedicated task force of nearly 100 detectives was established. They began systematically clearing everyone who knew Karina. One lead pointed to a nightclub co-worker who had previously made aggressive, unwanted advances toward her, but his alibi was ironclad. He was cleared. As days bled into weeks, the terrifying reality set in. Karina did not know her killer. This was a completely random attack of opportunity by a stranger. With no eyewitnesses, the task force relied entirely on forensics.
We are still in the process of crime scene collecting evidence right now. We will be out there for several days. That is a remote area. We have crime scenes set up there. And we plan to chop down just about every weed in that location until we satisfied that we got all the evidence. Now we have a lot of forensic evidence acquired so far, but we're not getting a lot of Crime Stopper tips. We have 3, and they're all pretty generic. So we have since raised the reward up for $10,000 for any information. That is a very strong community. I'll be out there as soon as I leave here. We've got nothing but support from everybody. Out there. We hope to have more information. Now, this is a remote area. Young lady was running, still daylight, so hoping somebody saw something going into the park. Thus far, we don't have a lot of leads on this right now, but we're still collecting evidence. The evidence that we've collected thus far is in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. We're hoping to get it up on a DNA profile in the next couple of days.
The medical examiner's office successfully isolated a clean male DNA profile from material found under Karina's fingernails, on her neck, and on her cell phone, discovered thrown into the high brush a few feet away. But a DNA profile is only useful if it matches someone already in the system. When detectives ran the profile through CODIS, the National DNA Database, it came back blank. The killer had no prior felony convictions, no DNA on file. By autumn of 2016, the case was growing dangerously cold. The Vetrano family and the Howard Beach community raised nearly $300,000 in reward money. The NYPD chopped down almost every weed in Spring Creek Park, searching for evidence. They brought in FBI drones to map escape routes. They canvassed every home bordering the park for surveillance footage.
Well, there are some new details in the murdered Queens jogger Karina Vetrano case. New video shows the 30-year-old on her last run a short time before she was sexually assaulted and strangled. Now, the video obtained by the show Crime Watch Daily shows Vetrano entering Spring Creek Park in Howard Beach on August 2nd, about 5 hours before her body was discovered. Police have a DNA profile of her killer, but have not been able to match it to anyone. Investigators say her relatives and ex-boyfriend have all been cleared as suspects.
At the moment, we do believe that was a stranger rape in the sense that they have very extensively looked into her relationships over time, where she worked, relationships, boyfriends, etc., and none of that has come to fruition.
Police have released this sketch of a man they want to talk to who was seen in the area at the time of Vetrano's murder, but they are not calling him a suspect.
In a desperate bid for a lead, police released a composite sketch based on a statement from a utility worker who had seen a suspicious man on the bike path that afternoon, wearing a heavy, dark wool winter cap despite the sweltering August heat. The sketch led to a dramatic false start. A tip pointed detectives toward a Brooklyn man named Kevin, who bore a striking resemblance to the drawing. He refused to open his door for hours. When he finally stepped outside, he acknowledged the resemblance but flatly refused to provide a DNA sample. Detectives placed him under surveillance, waited until he discarded a water bottle in public, and rushed it to the lab. Mismatch. Kevin was cleared. the investigation plummeted back to square one. The actual break didn't come from a computer algorithm or a high-tech drone. It came from the photographic memory of a local cop. In January 2017, 5 full months after the murder, NYPD Lieutenant John Russo was sitting in his office reviewing the case file. Russo didn't just work the case, he lived in Howard Beach, and as he searched his memory, he recalled a minor incident from May 2016, 3 months before the murder. He had spotted a young man walking down a residential street, peering into windows, wearing a heavy hooded tracksuit despite the intense spring heat. Russo had called for a stop and frisk, but the man vanished before officers arrived. The next day, neighbors complained about the same man trespassing in their yards. Russo caught up to him, asked for his name. The man was cooperative and entirely detached. He gave his name, Chanel Lewis. No crime had been committed. Russo noted the name and moved on. Now, in the winter of 2017, that name wouldn't leave him. He discovered that while Lewis had no criminal record, he had received multiple summonses for loitering and trespassing on the Brooklyn side of Spring Creek Park, directly across the reserve from where Karina was attacked. On February 4, 2017, detectives knocked on the door of the East New York home where 20-year-old Chanel Lewis lived with his mother. Lewis was a quiet, deeply isolated young man who spent his days walking miles through the city, listening to music on headphones to, as he put it, clear his head. He agreed to accompany detectives to the precinct and voluntarily allowed them to swab his cheek for DNA. While the lab processed the sample, detectives uncovered a deeply troubled past. High school records revealed that at age 15, Lewis had been taken into custody as an emotionally disturbed person after telling a teacher's aide he wanted to bring a knife to school and stab all the girls. Classmates remembered him as a vulnerable young man who was severely and chronically bullied, but it was a statement from Chanel's own father that inadvertently sealed his fate. In an attempt to protect his son, Richard Lewis told detectives that Chanel couldn't have committed the murder on August 2nd, because the very next day he had personally taken him to the emergency room to be treated for a severe hand injury sustained in an alleged fight. Detectives immediately subpoenaed the hospital records. The treating doctor confirmed he had treated Chanel Lewis for a deeply lacerated, infected hand and had extracted a tiny, hard foreign object embedded deep in the wound. 24 hours later, the forensic results came back. The DNA from Chanel Lewis's cheek was an absolute flawless match to the male DNA recovered from Karina Vetrano's body and her phone. The foreign object extracted from his hand was a physical fragment of Karina's chipped tooth. On February 5, 2017, inside an interrogation room at the 107th Precinct, Detective Barry Brown activated a video camera. Chanel Lewis sat across from him, looking small and vacant. After being read his Miranda rights, Lewis waived his right to an attorney and began speaking in a flat, quiet, chillingly monotone voice.
I'm Detective Deal. You're located at the 107 Precinct, second floor, Detective Squad area. Today's date is February 5th, 2017. Time is approximately 10:33 a.m. And I'm activating the tape this time.
Now that I've advised you of your rights, are you willing to answer questions?
Okay.
Yes? Okay. All right. All right. Chanel, why don't we start with, I think it was a Tuesday evening on August 2nd, 2016. Do you remember that date and that evening?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And where were you at that time?
I was in Spring Creek, Gateway and Spring Creek Mall.
Okay, by Gateway and Spring Creek Mall?
Spring Creek Park.
Park?
Yeah.
All right. Were you inside the park?
Yeah.
Okay. And was anyone with you or were you by yourself?
By myself.
All right. About what time did you get to the park?
About 5 o'clock.
And were you on a trail or you in the grass?
On a trail.
Okay. Now, while you were in the park, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened while you were in the park?
On the park, there was this girl jogging, and then Then, one thing led to another because some other situation.
All right. Well, the girl that was jogging, was she by herself or with anybody else?
By herself.
And when you first saw her, where were you? Were you in the grass or were you on the trail?
On the trail.
All right. And were you moving or were you standing still?
Like I was moving, listening to music.
You were walking or jogging?
Walking.
Walking? And you were walking towards her?
I was walking towards and then got side to side and then one thing led to another.
You said as she got next to you, when she got next to you as she was running and you were walking, what happened then?
And then, because of a past situation, I got angry and then started hitting her and stuff like that.
Okay. Before you did, where did you hit her?
Like in the face and like in the mouth.
In the face and the mouth. Mm-hmm. Before you hit her, did you grab her or did you just hit her right away?
I kind of grabbed her first.
Grabbed her? And like, how did you grab her? What part of her body did you grab?
Like I started hitting her because of the incident that was going on earlier.
Right, but did you grab her before you started hitting her, or was the first thing you did was to hit her? What was the first thing you did?
I grabbed her.
Okay, and how did you grab her?
Like this.
Okay, with both hands?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what part of her body did you grab? Do you remember her shoulders, her waist, her neck? Do you remember?
Probably like around here.
Okay, around the shoulders. Did she say anything at all? No. Did she scream?
No, because her tooth broke.
I'm sorry? Her tooth broke? Right. Were you covering her mouth at all? No? Okay. How long would you say you were hitting her for? About how long in time? I mean,
the whole thing was like about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right. How far off the path would you say you dragged her into the grass? Like how many feet about?
Probably about 10.
Okay. What was the status of her clothing? How was her clothing arranged?
Like pulled off.
Pulled off?
Yeah.
Okay, what was pulled off?
Like her clothes.
Now, you said you did this because you had some anger, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you tell me about that anger?
Because, I used to live in a different address than I currently live at now.
Right.
And then there's this man that comes around there. He play like loud music and carry a lot of friends around there. I didn't like it because I feel unsafe and comfortable, and I like my place private and peaceful. And usually I just...
No, I know, Chanel, I know that, like last night, you really didn't want to talk about this, right? Last night. But today, it was okay, you wanted to talk about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know that you told Detective Brown you wanted to straighten your life out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Detective Brown said to wait until you came in the room to talk about it. That's right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He was formally arrested and hit with a 13-count indictment, including first-degree murder and aggravated sexual abuse. He faced life in prison without parole. But the community expecting swift closure was deeply mistaken. In November 2018, the first trial began in a packed Queens courtroom. The prosecution presented what they called an open and shut case.
It was packed inside of the courtroom, filled with family and friends on both sides. As you mentioned, it was also very emotional. Karina Vetrano's mother was inside of that courtroom. She held onto a cross most of the time, crying. Karina Vetrano's accused killer, Chanel Lewis, obviously in the courtroom. His mother was there as well, and she held onto a Bible, also in tears most of the time. Now, opening statements got underway. Defense attorneys with the Legal Aid Society representing Lewis told jurors today Lewis is innocent. They have serious doubts about the evidence, adding there are no witnesses, and Lewis was coerced into confessing, and people are rushing to judgment.
The strategy worked. 5 jurors refused to convict. The jury deadlocked. The judge declared a mistrial. Karina's family sat in stunned silence as supporters of Lewis celebrated in the corridor. The state immediately prepared for retrial. In March 2019, the second trial began.
Karina Vetrano's father returned to the stand today in the retrial of the man accused of strangling her back in 2016.
At one point, Vetrano's father dropped to his knees in front of the jurors as he emotionally described finding his daughter's stiff, cold body in a nearby trail.
Forensic analysts had extracted Lewis's internet search history from his phone in the weeks following the murder. He had spent hours obsessively searching for news coverage of Karina Vetrano, looking up legal definitions of indictments, studying plea bargains, and searching terms related to forensic DNA limits. On April 1st, 2019, after just 5 hours of deliberation, the second jury returned a verdict, guilty on all counts.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
A very different response this time around from Vetrano's parents leaving the courtroom.
God, tell us what's going through your mind right now. Mrs. Vetrano. Thank you.
Keep moving on. Say it again.
Thank you, Jesus. Sir, your thoughts?
Jubilation.
You're not allowed to interview.
Justice has been served.
I'm thanking those jurors for listening to the overwhelming evidence.
All the anger, all the years of pain, but mostly the anger was lifted, it was gone.
Lewis lifted his handcuffed hands in a farewell wave to his family and supporters as he was led off to jail. Some of those supporters today say they followed the case very closely, and a family spokesperson says they question the verdict.
How does a young man walk into Howard Beach, murder a young lady that was physically fit, and walk out of Howard Beach without being seen on any camera from the Gateway Mall, any camera in Howard Beach at all?
The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus a consecutive 32 years for the counts of sexual abuse. Outside the courthouse, protesters clashed with officers, blocking Queens Boulevard, calling the conviction a racist miscarriage of justice.
Minutes later, the lead prosecutor emerged in front of the protesters rather than taking an alternate route. And in further protest, they shut down Queens Boulevard for about 2 minutes.
No justice! No justice!
The debate did not end with the verdict. But away from the courtrooms, the protests, and the legal battles, the story ultimately returns to a small, quiet clearing in Spring Creek Park. There, tucked in the thick weeds where the birds chirp and the wind rustles the reeds, sits a small memorial, a butterfly made of smooth stones, surrounding an angel statue and dozens of faded candles. And every single morning, without fail, an elderly retired firefighter walks down the dirt trail, sits on a bench in the quiet marshland, and talks to his daughter.
It's the only place I could go to get peace. And it might seem strange because right where I'm sitting is where I found her. But I think because it's the only place where I have any control. I speak to her every day. Every single day I speak to her. And she speaks to us in volumes. She's special. She's smart. She's beautiful. And she was destined for greater things.
February 8th, 2017, Grove City, Ohio. The air is so cold it bites, and the silence inside Scioto Grove Metro Park is absolute. But as the sun rises over the pristine white landscape, that silence is shattered by a discovery that will haunt this city forever. Lying in the frozen drifts is the body of a young woman, stripped of her clothes, stripped of her future. As the frost is cleared and the investigation begins, the world learns the name of the girl in the snow, Reagan Tokes. She was 21 years old, a daughter, a sister. A bright light extinguished in the shadows of the woods. But Reagan wasn't the first to feel the darkness. For weeks, a creeping dread had been suffocating the neighborhoods of German Village and the South Side. A string of brutal, faceless attacks had left the community barricading their doors. Was this a serial predator finally claiming a life? Or was the monster someone much closer to home? Someone like the man who claimed to love her? Tonight, we peel back the layers of a system that failed and a hunter who was hiding in plain sight. We are reconstructing the final hours, minute by agonizing minute. This is Mystery Vault Stories, and this is The Nightmare at Scioto Grove. Every story in the Mystery Vault begins with a life, but few lives were as vibrant and full of promise as that of Reagan Tokes. Born in 1995, Reagan was a force of nature. Growing up in Maumee, Ohio, she was the definition of a high achiever, a 4.5 GPA student, a varsity athlete in tennis and lacrosse, and a young woman deeply rooted in her faith. But those who knew her didn't talk about her grades first. They talked about her heart. Her mother, Lisa, remembers a girl who couldn't stand to see anything suffer. If there was a bug on the sidewalk, Reagan would stop the car to move it to safety. She was a social butterfly, the kind of person who looked for whoever was standing alone in the corner, just to make sure they felt seen. By the winter of 2017, Reagan was a 21-year-old senior at Ohio State University. She was months away from graduating with a degree in psychology. She had a plan: work for a few years, then open her own practice. She wanted to heal minds. She had just posted a photo of the frame her father bought for her diploma. The finish line was in sight. But as Reagan prepared for her future, a dark shadow was already moving through the streets of Columbus. A predator that the system had already captured, labeled as dangerous, and then, inexplicably, left to roam free. Before we dive deeper into the investigation, I want to take a quick second to connect with all of you. These stories reach people in every corner of the globe, and I'm always fascinated by how far Reagan's legacy travels. Do me a favor, drop a comment below and let me know which city you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. It helps me visualize our community as we walk through these vaults together. Thank you for being here. Now, let's get back to the case. It was a typical Wednesday night in Columbus, February 8th, 2017. The air was cold, the streets dusted with snow. Reagan was wrapping up her shift at Bodega, a popular spot in the Short North District. Around 9:45 p.m., she said goodbye to her coworkers and walked toward her car. But Reagan wasn't the only one on those streets. For weeks, a sense of dread had been creeping through the nearby neighborhoods of German Village and the South Side. A string of violent attacks had left the community on edge. Between January and early February, at least 6 armed robberies had occurred. Women were being ambushed in garages, held at knife point, or pistol whipped in front of their own homes. On January 24th, a woman was robbed with a knife to her throat. On February 6th, just 2 days before Reagan vanished, a woman was attacked while getting items from her trunk. The suspect shoved her to the ground and pistol whipped her across the face. The police were investigating, but they hadn't yet made a connection.
Residents are on high alert tonight after last night's latest armed robbery. This is the 3rd attack in this neighborhood in 2 weeks. All of the victims are women. NBC4's Tyler Carter is live from German Village tonight, where residents have called a safety meeting. Tyler?
Yes, Ellie, since that last attack last night, the German Village Society called a meeting with Columbus Police, and residents is going on right now in their headquarters. They want to know exactly what is going on in this neighborhood, and residents I spoke with say they are not taking these attacks lightly.
I heard someone yell help, and so I ran outside,
and half of the neighbors were already out here.
Last night, just before 10 o'clock, a woman who lives in this German Village neighborhood on Mohawk and Frankfurt Street was robbed by gunpoint and attacked. Columbus police say the woman was getting things out of the trunk of her car when a man walked up behind her and demanded she give him her purse.
Little did they know, the man responsible for this reign of terror was wearing a state-issued GPS ankle monitor. He was trolling for victims, crisscrossing the very streets Reagan walked every day. At 10:30 p.m., Reagan's sister Mackenzie sent a text. The message was delivered, but there was no reply. Her father, Toby, began to call. For 4 hours, he called. Each ring was a heartbeat of growing dread. Around 2 a.m., the signal went dead. At noon that Thursday, a passerby near Scioto Grove Metro Park found a body.
Hello, 911. Yeah, I think there's a body out here. I don't know if this is a fake or what. Please send somebody. Hurry. This is really freaking awful. Please hurry, send somebody. Okay, stay right there, sir.
A young woman, naked in the snow. A small circular tattoo and a delicate necklace were the only clues left. When the police confirmed it was Reagan, the city of Columbus didn't just feel grief. It felt fear.
A missing persons case in Columbus is now a murder investigation. Police have confirmed the body found yesterday in a Grove City park is an OSU student.
21-year-old Reagan Tokes was last seen Wednesday night leaving a bar in the Short North where she worked. And tonight, we have team coverage with reaction from OSU students and employees who work in the Short North.
The Columbus Police Missing Persons report says that according to a bodega employee, Tokes usually has a bartender walk her to her car, but didn't when she left Wednesday night. Thursday afternoon, Tokes' body was spotted by a motorist at Scioto Grove Metro Park in Grove City. Investigators are now trying to fill in the timeline and identify a suspect. Did she make it to her car? Niall Woodson says it would be potentially easy for something to go unseen on those streets behind Bodega.
There's one light here on the block which, keeps this area bright, but the whole next block is very dark. It's very dark. There's not a street light for another block down.
So did something happen here or somewhere else? Was her killer someone she knew or a total stranger? If investigators know the answers, they're not saying. Tokes' roommates did tell police she was recently depressed over a breakup with her ex-boyfriend, but they stated to their knowledge it was a mutual breakup.
The monster that had been stalking German Village had finally taken a life. In the early hours of any murder investigation, the police always start with the inner circle. The statistics are grim. Victims are most often killed by someone they know. This brought the detectives' focus directly onto Reagan's former boyfriend, Jake. Reagan and Jake had recently gone through a mutual breakup. They were still close. Jake even described her as his best friend. But for the police, mutual is a word they treat with skepticism. Detectives took a hard look at Jake's recent social media activity. He had posted a heartbreaking tribute to Reagan on Instagram shortly after her death was announced. To the public, it was a grieving boyfriend's tribute. To the detectives, something about the wording felt off. Was it too polished? Was it an attempt to create an alibi? They brought him in. They scrutinized his timeline, his phone records, and his movements on the night of February 8th. Friends and family were stunned. They knew Jake adored her. But the police have a job to do, and for a tense period, Jake was a person of interest.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Probably a week and a half ago.
Is that normal?
Well, not usually. I talk to her every day, but we were breaking up, kind of. It's just we didn't have enough time really for each other. We had to focus on school. She even said it in one of the texts. I'm one of her best friends.
Okay, Jake, let me ask you this. Don't take this the wrong way. Okay. Why in the world would you write out that you're in a better place?
Well, can I see what I am? I was talking to her like she's in heaven.
You just don't hear it very often, better place, when somebody was living a good life.
Well, no, I know, but if I were to go today, I would know that I would go somewhere better. That's just what I believe, so.
You said you posted on Instagram?
Yes, sir.
However, as the digital forensics came back, Jake's story held firm. His alibi was solid, and his grief was undeniably real. As one lead cooled, a massive breakthrough was about to come from an unexpected place: Reagan's own car. While detectives were questioning Jake, another team was scouring the city for Reagan's silver Acura TL. Using automated license plate readers, they found it abandoned on a residential street in southeast Columbus. The car was a treasure trove of evidence, but it also told a story of a killer who was desperate to hide his tracks. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of gasoline. There were cigarette burn marks on the seats and an overturned gas can in the trunk. The killer had tried, twice, to set the car on fire to destroy any forensic trail. But the fire hadn't taken, and in his haste, the killer had left something behind in the back seat: a half-smoked cigarette butt. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, BCY, worked through the night. By the next morning, they had a hit. The DNA on that cigarette didn't belong to a boyfriend or a friend. It belonged to Brian Lee Goldsby. Goldsby was a level 3 sex offender who had been released from prison just months prior after serving 6 years for a brutal kidnapping and rape. The system already had his DNA on file. But as the police pulled Goldsby's records, the horror deepened. Brian Lee Goldsby was wearing a GPS ankle monitor. When the police pulled the GPS data, the mystery vault of the system's failure flew wide open. The monitor showed Goldsby at the restaurant when Reagan left. It showed him at every ATM she was forced to visit. It showed him at the park for exactly 10 minutes, the time it took to execute Reagan. Most infuriatingly, the data showed him at the scenes of the German village robberies from the previous weeks. The state had been tracking his every move while he committed crime after crime. But because he had no curfew and no one was watching the data in real time, he was effectively a ghost. Goldsby was arrested at a halfway house on February 11th.
Got on here real quick. Talk about anything if he asks you questions, all that stuff. Just tell him Nick's gonna talk to him, and that's all. That's the only answer to give him. Yep. Works for me.
During a grueling 6-hour interrogation, he tried to shift the blame. He invented a man named TJ. He claimed TJ was the mastermind who forced him to rape and rob Reagan at gunpoint. He even described Reagan's final moments, attributing her execution to this fictional partner.
He gets behind me. At first I heard it click, nothing happened. So I'm taking the gun that he gave me to save, and it goes, pow! She falls. She lays on the ground. I'm looking on the car, and then now she's pow!
But the police played along, knowing they had the smoking gun. There was no TJ. There were no second sets of footprints in the snow. Goldsby had acted alone, fueled by a depravity that the system had failed to contain. In recorded jail calls, Goldsby finally dropped the mask. "I did it," he told a friend. "I killed that girl for the money." He even admitted to giving Reagan's wallet to his girlfriend as a Valentine's Day gift. In March 2018, Brian Lee Goldsby was found guilty of aggravated murder, rape, and kidnapping. While he escaped the death penalty, he was sentenced to multiple life terms without the possibility of parole. But for the Tokes family and Reagan's boyfriend, Jake, justice wasn't just about putting one man behind bars. It was about ensuring no other family had to receive that 2 a.m. phone call. They looked back at those prior attacks in German village. They looked at the 52 infractions Goldsby had in prison that didn't stop his release. They looked at the unmonitored GPS data. Toby and Lisa Tokes, along with the support of Reagan's friends and Jake, became the architects of change.
Good evening. Thank you for staying with us tonight at 6. I'm Mike Jackson.
And I'm Ellie Merritt. Colleen has the evening off. The parents of Reagan Tokes stood bravely next to lawmakers presenting this new legislation.
Away from the spotlight, Lisa and Toby Tokes have been hard at work for months to do everything in their power to help prevent other families from enduring tragedies similar to theirs. But publicly, we have not heard from Reagan's parents until today.
Something positive had to come from it, and God finds ways to do good in all things, even evil.
There was no choice except we had to act immediately.
Well, and the Tokes family has embraced this legislative effort, and they believe that the proposal goes right really to the heart of what went wrong with the release from prison of accused killer Brian Goldsby. Lisa Tokes said supporting legislative change in the wake of her daughter's violent death is the right thing to do.
It was preventable. And if the correct parameters would have been in place and acted upon in a timely manner, we might not be standing before you today advocating for change.
And this bill has bipartisan support at this point, and the sponsors say they hope to move it along as quickly as possible.
They fought for the Reagan Tokes law. They fought for indefinite sentencing, so violent offenders with 52 infractions like Goldsby can be kept in prison longer. They fought for real-time GPS monitoring and lower caseloads for parole officers. They fought to fix the broken bridge between prison and the community. Today, the law is a reality in Ohio.
1 week after an Ohio State senior was last seen alive, her friends and family are saying their final goodbyes.
This service, this celebration of life, was a chance to focus more on the Reagan Tokes everyone knew and loved, and not so much on the sudden and violent way that her life ended. Friends describe her as an amazing, very loving and happy person. From the church service in Maumee to a graveside service in nearby Perrysburg, Reagan Tokes was then laid to rest. All across Ohio, people have expressed feeling a connection to Reagan Tokes and her family. An online guest book includes many comments like this one from a woman in Grove City. Although I didn't know her personally, this story has touched my heart tremendously. My heart just aches for all of you, and even more so, Reagan.
Reagan Tokes didn't get to become a psychologist, but her name is now synonymous with the protection of millions. As we close this vault, we remember Reagan not just as a victim, but as a catalyst. Her life was taken by a monster, but her legacy was built by those who loved her. The ghost in the monitor is no longer invisible. He is a reminder that we must always be watching for Reagan's sake. This has been a Mystery Vault story. If you believe in Reagan's legacy, please share this video. Let's make sure the system never fails like this again. Like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next vault.